sir.
to understand what I am saying. So, although you can look at it, you can interpret it, you can examine it any way you want, the statement, nobody fully understands God's plan, is plain, simple, and true. Make sense, or am I just talking out of my ass?
Yeah. I mean, if nobody can understand the mind of God, then why even bother talking about it?
Well, that's a very good question, sir.
Also, if God's will cannot be affected, what's the point of praying?
Well, God, and that is a good point too. It's a different issue, but yes, I understand why people pray, but you can make an argument that when you are praying, you are literally going against God's plan. You want God's plan to change. You can make a quality argument there.
Yeah, it's an old George Carlin book or joke about what's the point of being God if every two-bit hustler with a prayer book can come along and change your plan.
Exactly, right. Yeah, by the way, I love George Carlin. When I was in high school, I used to memorize his bits. I love George Carlin. Of course, nowadays I play more Nikki Glaser and Tomlinson. What's Tomlinson's work?
Taylor Tomlinson.
Taylor Tomlinson.
They're more attractive.
Also, when they talk about the subjects that I play, it's a little easier on the ears when a woman is saying it rather than a man is saying it. For those of you
it's
that
more hot when a woman talks about a hand job.
And it's more hot. That's right. I mean, if a guy came on and talked about a hand job, I think I would. In communist wars, I think I would lose 100 nieces and nephews. But because it's a woman talking about it, it makes it easier to go down, so to speak. You know? But anyways, it is thank you. It is time for our break. And Z is new. Again, this will be up to Reverend Scott Violet and the Mod Squad. Z is new on stage. For those of you that are in the audience, you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. Unlike other clubhouse rooms, we encourage everybody, especially the new speakers, and that means you, to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and talk about whatever you want. We never put a restriction on content, unlike other clubhouse rooms. Current events, politics, religion, God. Maybe you're having a problem and you need our advice. Maybe you think we're having a problem and we need your advice. Just have a take and don't suck. What does that mean? Don't come up and say the earth is flat or we didn't land on the moon. Otherwise, I'm letting JCC off the leash and he will grill your ass. 2 hours in the tank, 1 hour left. I'm going on a half-hour break like I do, pardon the pun, religiously. So don't go away, and we'll be right back with the XO Reverend Scott, the sexiest voice on the Mod Squad, Violet, and the rest of the Mod Squad.
Shabbat Shalom. Scary thing happened to me a few years ago. I was out to dinner enjoying a steak, and I was enjoying it a little bit too much because I began to choke. And I looked around at my table for help, and I don't want to name any names, but let's just say that everybody froze. Oh, actually, I do want to name names. Rabbi Simonson. Sorry. A very interesting thing happens when you think you might die. You have this panicked desire, this panicked need to know if you've lived your life right. If you've done enough, if you've said enough, was it all worth it? And I don't want to spoil it for you, but I did survive. And you know that parable about the man who's stranded on a roof during a flood, and every time somebody comes by to help him, he says, "Nope, God will save me." And in the end, he dies, and he says to God, "I've lived by your word. Why didn't you save me?" And God says, "I sent you a life jacket, and a boat, and a helicopter. That was me, buddy." We have all these chances to wake up and change the course of our lives. Have everything can have purpose if you allow it. Thinking about switching careers? Maybe that's God pushing you. Hesitating about a big decision? That could be God telling you to think twice. Thinking about going all in on crypto? That might not be God. Ask your accountant what they think. I gave that crypto junk. But if you think God's plan is supposed to feel like something specific, and you haven't felt it, and you wonder if we're all in on some big secret that you aren't in on, let me tell you, you're in on it.
Wanna share your point of view, or vent a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind, be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and get your fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up, have a take and just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point and reason away. Come on up.
Ask Uncle Steve today.
Reverend Scott.
Uncle Steve, what's going on?
Wherefore art thou, Reverend Scott?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I'm here.
Pretty good 2 hours.
Oh, always, Uncle Steve. Always, Uncle Steve. Great little exchange with my friend El Normo there, and interesting.
And I spent 15 minutes with the guy who came on yesterday and said he was going to eviscerate me. I don't think he was very successful. But
No one eviscerates my Uncle Steve.
you're a tad loud. You might have to back off your mic a little.
Let's back off the mic a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Anyways, I'm stepping out of the captain's chair. You go ahead.
All right.
Run the ship straight and true. As a friendly reminder, Z is new on stage, and take it away.
All right, I'm just gonna two things to open up devotionally here. Just a little plea for the bargain. Bargain, but Violet, I want a little bargain here. I want a little a grand deal I'm proposing here on Uncle Steve's show.
And finally, new rule, as it's kind of late in the fourth quarter for America and we're behind by 3 touchdowns, let's make one last stab at a grand bargain between the two sides that hate each other so much. America used to do this all the time, make bargains, and I've suggested many myself, like, you stop saying fetuses are the same as babies, and we'll stop saying trans women are the same as biological women. You stop saying alternative facts, and we'll stop saying my truth. You stop saying thoughts and prayers, and we'll stop with the land acknowledgement. You admit there's no such thing as voter fraud, and we'll admit that getting a picture ID isn't really that fucking hard to do. Stuff like that. But as it is so late in the game, let's just go right to the granddaddy of bargains now. The left will seriously quash all their loony woke shit, and the right will stop the slide into autocracy. That's really the only card left to play.
Yo.
Scott.
Little silence.
I had my mic turned down. I forgot to
Break
kill
the
the echo.
silence.
There we go. Yeah, so that's
My
the only
pleasure to break the silence.
bargain, right? The woke shit versus the fact that we're losing democracy.
And before I forget, sorry, communist.
Go ahead, Uncle Steve.
Communist. I was just reading your back channel. I accidentally pushed the wrong button. But the response to, and thank you for your back channel, I read them all and respond. The response to it is, I run the show the way I run the show because that's the way most people want me to run my show. And so that's the answer to your question. Sorry about that, Reverend Scott, please.
He runs the
It's
show,
okay.
and that's the way it's gonna go.
And we love the show the way it's run. And I'll just read a couple sentences from Emancipation After Hegel, Achieving a Contradictory Revolution, which is the best book, the most important book for me intellectually I've read in a couple years. I think that's true. And this is something I wish we would all keep in mind during Clubhouse exchange. If I, for instance, take up a skeptical position and reject the certainty of any knowledge at all, the logic of my own position contradicts itself by establishing universal certainty about the lack of certainty. Or if I demand universal tolerance for all different belief systems, I inherently refuse to tolerate those belief systems that don't allow for tolerance. If, on the other hand, I tolerate the intolerant system, then I forgo the universalization of tolerance. In each case, the thesis is at odds with itself on the basis of its own articulation, not through the emergence of an antithesis that responds with a counterpoint. These are not exceptional cases, but instances of what inevitably occurs with any thesis. For Hegel, the thesis always generates its own contradiction, So before you pull apart someone else's logic, look at your own. Any position you have is internally contradictory somewhere, right? It never, there's no perfect logic, there's no perfect consistency. The contradictions run all the way down in all of our opinions. If we held to that, we might be a little more humble and a little more circumspect about our own judgments. But, that's a lot to ask on Clubhouse or even in life. Let's go to Z. Z, nice to see you. Welcome to the stage. Would you like a fresh five to tell us what's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I do know that there's always interference everywhere in the universe, in the galaxy, on our beautiful planet. There's always interference, and we all have a choice to be constructive in the interference or destructive, and I've been both. So I will say I had to start laughing at some point because I'm like, I can't remember what did I come up to say? And basically, I just really wanted to say hello and wish us all, including myself, peace and unity and abundance, and that no matter what water has gone under our proverbial bridges, there's always work to be done. And the work doesn't always have to be grueling, but sometimes it is, whether it's housework or, working on, I call it the side B of my record album of my life. There's just a lot of wonderful things going on if I choose to do the things that are, this is where it gets sticky, because I say, well, this is where God told me to do something, and that's not exactly what's happening, but somehow I do have a connection to something that I can't explain, because it does run through the course of my life, like the thread through a beautiful pearl necklace that just continues to grow, right? And I don't know what this experience is. I recently talked with somebody I care about deeply, and they had an experience on some mushrooms, and I'm like, this wonderful dude said finally, after some years of being on planet Earth, that there's something a little wacky going on, and he talked about being able to see his legs through a table, and all wild stuff in conversations, and maybe a lot of that can be scientifically debunked. I don't know. I just know that we're all in this together, and that's true. We are all in this together. We do influence and affect each other. I'm influenced and affected by people that I know, and I learned a lot of this being on Clubhouse, because I was kind of, just on the, maybe had some ignorance going on, just skipping through my life. So I don't know what else to say, except that whatever this entity is, I did try to become an atheist, and it didn't work for me. And I don't know if it's because, I was very, very young, probably pre-verbal, when people would sit with me at night and say, now I lay me down to sleep, and all that good stuff. And so, yeah, I believe in something way powerful than me, and I wish everybody here unity, abundance, and peace, and fun. And that's all I really wanted to share, and to say I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Z. I appreciate that. It's both reflective intellectually and heartfelt. Those are things we love on this show when somebody speaks from the head and the heart. Wonderful. Let's go over to someone new, Dr. Mitch. Dr. Mitch, haven't seen you on the stage today, and you have a really cool PTR. I don't know if it's a super being or what it is, but it's interesting and neat. Would you like a fresh five, Dr. Mitch, to share what's on your mind today?
Hey, Reverend Scott. I just wanted to, actually, I think Z said everything that I would have tried to articulate. So just want to be supportive. I just like to come up supportive. I don't know that I have any wisdom or pearls. You know, just try to be present, be nice to people, and it's the best. Do the best you can. That's about it. So lots of love to everyone. Thank you, Reverend Scott.
Thanks, Dr. Mitch. Appreciate you just coming up to share the love. We love that, and we're glad to have you here, even if you just feel like hanging out and listening, which many people do. It's, again, as Uncle Steve said, functions kind of like FM radio for a lot of the world to provide that service. Let's go to Alma. Alma, would you like a fresh five to share what's on your mind? Alma going once, Alma going twice. Then we're going to go to my dear friend from the north, Andrew Tuddy, my dear friend. It's great to see you, my friend. Would you like another fresh five to share what's on your mind and then tighten up the last hour of the show?
Well, Scott, thank you. I will, because you played something talking about the fourth quarter, I will mention two fourth quarters in the Canadian Football League yesterday. Very, very exciting. One was Calgary and Montreal, went right down to the wire. Calgary was behind 22-3 at the half, ended up tying the game 32-all, and were going down to score the winning touchdown with 20 seconds left, and didn't the guy fumble, and Montreal recovered and won the game. Very exciting. The next game was Hamilton and Edmonton. Hamilton had their backup quarterback, Trey Ford, who actually is a former University of Waterloo Warrior, wearing black and gold in both scenarios. That game came down to the fourth quarter, where Toronto, I'm lying, it's Toronto and Hamilton, not Edmonton. So Toronto scored what would be the tying touchdown if they got the single point, and they missed. So Hamilton was still ahead by 1 point. Toronto got the ball back and marched the ball down to the 30 with dying seconds, went to kick the field goal, and didn't they miss? And that ended the game. Hamilton won by 1 point. Very exciting stuff, Scott. You should tune in. I have a fellow American, Alan. You know Alan, at that room you were modding there for a while with me. He has embraced the Canadian Football League entirely. I get little messages from him all the time during the games. So I encourage you, once again, to go north, young man, and watch the very entertaining sports. And of course, we have the World Cup final today, and I think it rained enough maybe to clear the air that people aren't running around in toxic fumes. So anyway, thanks, Scott.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to hear. You know, Andrew, you really, you might get me into Canadian football. Keep working on me. I'm like one of the, you'd be like an evangelical trying to keep leading someone to Jesus. I love it, man. It's always a pleasure.
You got to remember, Scott, that many of the players are from the United States. We just don't have that kind of population. And so, you'll probably, like Doug Flutie played up here for years.
I know that. Yeah, I did know that. Yeah.
So, anyway.
And Doug Flutie, I think, played for Trump's team, right? The Generals, I think. We won't hold that against him.
Yeah, and of course the old Warren Moon, too, if you remember Warren Moon.
Oh, yeah, of course. Great for the former Oilers quarterback. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. And maybe I'll see you in one of my pop-up rooms. Always a pleasure. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. I think I might regret this, but let's go to Communist. Communist, great to see you.
No regrets, Scotty. No regrets.
No regrets. Sorry. Communist, would you like a fresh five here in this last hour of the show to complain about me or the show or anything else you wanted to talk?
Yeah,
So I see that Steve was being dishonest with everybody. So, I looked at your PTR and so I did a quick Google search and I found you on IMDb. Like he never told anybody that you were a millionaire, a celebrity millionaire on a drive-by podcast. You're on IMDb.
Wait a minute. If Reverend Scott is a millionaire, I want some of that money right now.
I would give it to you, Uncle Steve.
Right, Scott? Will you be my sugar daddy?
Oh my God, I would be your sugar uncle, your sugar nephew. We could have all kind of role plays. Comments, anything else?
Yeah. Like, why did you? Well, actually, that also falls on you. Why you didn't tell anybody that, you were a celebrity and you're on IMDb with a podcast like 6 years ago, I think.
Communist. I don't think you're looking at the right person on Google.
I don't
Scott
either.
Jones isn't exactly an unusual name. It's not like it's Dmitry Petreskov. I think you're looking at the wrong Scott Jones.
No.
Now, Reverend Scott does. Hello. Reverend Scott does have a YouTube podcast. Reverend Scott, do you want to give a plug right now or no?
And you can find Give and Take, the podcast, on YouTube, or you can find me on Facebook. You can find me. I recommend listening. I actually just like to listen to the show, but I don't actually listen to my own show. But you can find Give and Take or New Persuasive Words anywhere you get your podcast. So tune in to me, and if you like that Hegel quote, about Hegel, I read the most recent podcast was with that guy Tommy Gown. Probably again one of the best intellectual interlocutors I've engaged with in a while. So yeah. All right. Communist, anything else?
You didn't tell me that you were the dude from Counting Cars.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm many things. I'm many things.
I remember Counting Cars. That was born out of Pawn Stars.
Exactly. So if you just Google Scott Jones, the first thing that pops up is going to be Scott Jones, formerly known as the man from Counting Cars, a TV personality.
Sure, I'm so many things. Okay, Communist, anything else, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, you're a millionaire, and Steve's been hiding this from everybody.
Do you believe that's the case, Communist?
Nobody ever asked me if Reverend Scott was a millionaire. Why am I hiding it?
No, you never told anybody because you said that you know everybody on your
JCC, I knew I would regret this. I knew it.
This is great. This is great content. No regrets.
That's true. It's true. It is great. It's great for the show.
Yeah, look, Communist, I do know everybody on my mod squad. I do have everybody's cell phone number on my mod squad. And I know personal things about their family lives. It doesn't mean I'm going to go and tell them. Someone has to ask, believe me. I know a lot of personal things about the mod squad in their personal lives, but I haven't misrepresented anything. Nobody's asked, and if they were to ask me, I'd probably say, it's none of your fucking business.
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you, Communists? That, of course, is Greta Thunberg. I love that, sure.
That's important for people to know that, you're a celebrity because you got people that's trying to get in the Hollywood business and...
Well, why don't you just ask him?
Yeah, I'm presuming... Wait, Communist.
Why don't you just ask?
A quick correction. Communist.
Anybody that comes in the room, you're welcome to talk about it.
Please listen, Communist. You're making the presumption that you have the correct search of Scott Jones. So like Steve said, ask Scott
Jones is the way to go. SCOTTKENTJONES, because I'm probably one of the only one of them in the world, and the only one with a significant social footprint. Not that mine's that huge, but if you wanna find me, Scott Kent Jones is always the way to go, and that's all my socials.
But this is how it works. It's real simple. Communists, unmute and say, Reverend Scott, I have a question. Are you a millionaire? Very simple.
Now is your time to talk, Communist.
Yep. Okay, so I put the photo on my PTR. This is Scott Jones because I look at his PTR and I put it in my PTR.
Ask the question that Steve asked you to ask.
That is, I remember when that photo was taken. That's a little old, but I still look great.
Yeah, see, I I told you that's him. That guy's a freaking billionaire. I don't
No,
need that.
you're mistaken.
How am I mistaken? He's on IMDb.
Where does this say he's a millionaire? And once again, you failed to ask Scott directly if he is a millionaire.
IMDb.
You're not. Hey, yo, bro. I muted you, right? So please, once again,
How
go right
dare
to the
you?
source. How dare you? Ask Scott directly, Communist. Your question. Ready?
I don't need to ask a question. I see it for myself. You're asking me to ask something that I already know about.
Ask no questions. I tell you no lies. You are wrong, Communist. You believe the hype. You got it mistaken.
I'm gonna move on, Communist. Thank you. That was great to hear from you,
bro.
I'm gonna go to my dear friend. I'm gonna go to my dear friend Randy. Randy, it's a thrill to have you on the stage. Would you like a fresh five to tell us what's on your mind, sir?
Randy, good to see you, even though I'm on my break. Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you, my brother, from another mother. Okay, where do I begin? First of all, Scott, thanks for lending me that $20K. I should have it back to you soon.
Always.
Yeah. You know.
And by the way, Randy, before you ask,
before you ask, my name is Steve Appel, and I'm taking up the ass.
What?
oh, well, that one I want to talk to, definitely.
Uncle Steve is a power top. We all know that.
Yeah, that's right. But Randy, before you ask, yes, I am a millionaire. I'm not aware if anybody else on the Mod Squad is a millionaire, but before you ask, yes, I am a millionaire. That's it.
Well, I want to say this. If friendship is wealth, and it is, then I'm a multimillionaire because of my great friends, starting with Scott. To be a friend of Scott's is worth $1 million.
Thank you so much, Randy. That's a beautiful thing.
And then you throw in some of the other friends that I have, I'm worth at least eight digits, whatever it is.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't think there's anything online that says I'm a millionaire, but
yeah. But anyway, we are friends, Scott, for real. Not just Clubhouse friends, we're real.
You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
Okay.
This guy is special.
For the record, that is not a good impression of Steve. Just so you know. I mean, I know you're proud of your impression of Steve, but it's not good. But I'm going to give you my fresh five starting now. Last night, I saw Joe Jackson, the great Joe Jackson, in concert. Yes, he had most of his hits in the 70s and the 80s. Is She Really Going Out With Him? Different for Girls, Stepping Out. And this guy's about 72 years old. His voice, I hope you know who I'm talking about when I say I saw Joe Jackson, because it's a common name. But Joe Jackson is a British hit maker who came up around the same time as Elvis Costello. He was a little overshadowed by Elvis, but he had a lot of big hits on his own. In fact, in his day, he had more hit songs than Elvis Costello. He had more songs on the radio than Elvis. And then he just kind of receded for a while, but he's been making records ever since, and great records. And I saw him at the Beacon Theater last night. Fantastic show. His voice is as good as it ever was. His piano playing is as great as, I forgot how great he was on the piano. It was a 5-piece band. Him, his longtime bassist, Graham Mabey, a guitarist from Long Island, I forgot his name, a drummer, and a percussionist. It was a 5-piece band. They killed it. It was a great show, about an hour and a half long. They did one cover. They covered a song called Spiders from, Scary Monsters. They covered a David Bowie song called Scary Monsters. And it was a great show. And I just want to say thanks. We bought the tickets the day of the show on StubHub. They were pretty cheap. And it was a great time. So that's one thing that went on. As I talked about already, Friday night, I saw the movie The Invite. That's, in my opinion, the best movie I've seen this year, with Seth Rogen, Olivia Wilde, Ed Norton, and Penelope Cruz. If I'm speaking too fast, I'm sorry. And that's what's happening this coming week. I'm going to dinner with friends for somebody's birthday Tuesday night. My point is, kids, it's summer. Get out of your house. Enjoy life. Some things cost money. Some things don't cost money. Friday night after the movie, which was cheap, after the movie, I met up with a friend at something called Silent Disco that was free at Lincoln Center. We never even put on our headphones. We just talked for an hour and a half. So you don't have to spend money to have fun. Get out, be outside, meet people, because in the winter you can't do that easily. So I just want to say God bless everybody. God bless America. God bless the people in this room. God bless Israel. What the hell, I'll say it. And I'm grateful. And so the mood of the day is grateful. I'm doing some work today, and I don't mind because I work for myself. Sometimes you have to do work on a Sunday or a Saturday, but that's the price you pay to work for yourself. And I'm grateful, and I just want to say thanks. I'll be here all day. And if anyone has any questions, come correct. Take care.
Thank you,
Randy.
so much.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that,
Thanks,
Reverend Scott,
babe.
Violet, the Mod Squad. Thank you.
Thank you,
Listen,
babe.
can I just play us out with 45
Yes, you
seconds?
can.
For a
Yes.
handover? This is, I dedicate this to Randy, my dear friend. Here we go.
Everybody who talks about Israel these days is just so full of shit. I mean, we're just not, I don't want children to die. Duh, who does? None of us want children to die. None of us want this war to go on. But it's not addressing what the problem is. The problem is that one side wants a two-state solution. One side never did and still doesn't. One side uses terrorism to get their goals. One side retaliates against terrorism. One side is accused of genocide but doesn't do it. The other side actually would love to do it. People keep saying Israel has the right to defend itself, and then whenever Israel does, they object to it.
There you go. That's for my dear friend Randy, and thank you, Uncle Steve. Handing the keys to the jalopy back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is your millionaire Uncle Steve. And yes, it is true. I am a millionaire. Absolutely true. I'm not aware of anybody else on the Mod Squad is a millionaire. I am. Then again, if you too were to own Casa de Papel for almost 25 years and, handled your money and your investments right, you too would be a millionaire. It's not that difficult. And I normally don't talk about it, and I'm normally not asked about it. Now, what is success? Prior to COVID, they said that up to $75,000, money was a direct correlation to happiness. This is no bullshit. Prior to COVID, your happiness was affected by how much money you made between $0 and $75,000 a year. Above $75,000, then arguably there was no effect. Now, since COVID, inflation, the whole ball of wax, I'm going to increase that level to $150,000. So I'm going to say, and again, this is just me, that the difference in salary or money that you make a year between $0 and $150,000 a year has a direct correlation on happiness. But once you go over 150 grand, let's say you make 200, let's say you make 250, let's say you make $500,000, $1 million, 5 million, 100 million, there's no direct correlation between the amount of money you make and happiness, or what you consider success. Now, people define success differently. I haven't spoken about it recently, but I've been very consistent about my definition of success. My definition of success is that I can go to Reverend Scott and I can say, Reverend Scott, here's $100. Do whatever you want with it. Have a good time. I can go to Violet and I can say, Violet, here are 2 round-trip tickets for you and your husband to come out to Casa de Papel on a weekend and have a great time. The treat's on me. It's my pleasure. I can send JCC, $500 and say, you know what, thanks for all your support. I realize we've butted heads, but in the long run, you being in my life is better than you not being in my life. That to me is success. It's not how much money you have, but it's what you do with the money and the time that you do have. We've been running the show. We're going into our 6th year now. And I wouldn't say there's been a swinging door or a revolving door in the Mod Squad. People have come, people have gone, people have come back. But in the long run, what I pride myself on is not the fact that I'm a millionaire. It's not the fact how much money I make. It's the fact that I'm consistent. It's the fact that I'm honest, at least to my true beliefs. And the fact that my word is my bond and my bond is my word. You can count on me. We know for a fact that with maybe one exception in 5 or 6 years, the show is here every Saturday and every Sunday from 7 a.m. To 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for a 3-hour tour. It actually used to be 4 hours, and then we cut it back to 3. Leave them wanting more. Yeah, and we've always had basically the same format. It's done for a specific reason. We've always been consistent that you come up and you decide the direction the show is going. We never run clickbait titles, although when we do pop-up rooms and shit like that, of course we do. But on Saturday, it's Ask Uncle Steve. On Sunday, it's Ask the Atheist. But the format of the show is exactly the same. You come on up, you talk about whatever we want, whatever you want, and then we go down that path. And if the stage is filled up, you get 5 minutes. If there's nobody on stage and we like what we're talking about, we'll go 10, 15, or 20 minutes, as evidenced today. And we had the gentleman who said he was going to eviscerate me yesterday. He was on stage for between 15 and 20 minutes. And then when I said we had to go, he goes, okay, so you're running. And great. I don't run from anybody, at least not on this app. I am open and honest, and I'm accountable for everything that happens. We don't have any new people on stage, so let's go to the Mod Squad. Alfonso, would you like a fresh 5? You probably with, yeah, hey, would you like a fresh 5?
Not at the moment.
And in fact, speaking of success, thank you for reminding me, on my bucket list is to go to Costa Rica. And I'll probably go next year, and I have told Alfonso that when I go, I'm going to offer him a round-trip ticket and put him up, because Alfonso is the founder of the Atheism House. Look, when I first came into this house and I saw what was going on and asked Alfonso for permission to do my own shows, and he said yes, and then when we started doing the shows, he gave me some critiques. Steve, I like this. Steve, I don't like that. We came to a meeting of the minds. I could have started my own house. Well, I did, Casa de Appel. But I could have started my own house and named it something else. But it's like, did any of you ever see, it's on Netflix right now, The Founder with Michael Keaton? It's the story of Roy Kroc, who basically is thought to be the inventor of McDonald's, but in actuality, he's not the inventor of McDonald's, but he definitely is responsible for making McDonald's the worldwide success that it is. He could have taken their idea, the McDonald's idea, and started his own thing. But what they did with the golden arches and the name, he said, you know what, you can't compare to that. And instead he went with it. And basically, I don't want to say he stole it from him, but he made it what it is today. It's the same thing, in my humble opinion, with the Atheism House. I'm not saying the Atheism House is the way it is today because of me, but Alfonso started it. And rather than me just going and doing my own thing, I wanted to partner with him. And I think it's been a very successful partnership. Let's talk about Reverend Scott.
Steve.
Yes. Go ahead. Please comment. Comment. Take a few minutes. Go ahead.
So there's a meeting of free thinkers in Costa Rica that I mentioned on the 20, 21, and 22nd of November that I wanted to attend, but representing Atheist Alliance International, but budget is short, so if you're interested, we could both go on those dates.
Let's talk about it off the air. I definitely want to go to Costa Rica because I've never been. I'm not sure if I want to go during that time, but let's talk about it off the air. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You got it. Maybe. Well, in fact, let's just talk right after the show. Sounds good. We'll talk about me and JCC. Me and JCC have butted heads throughout the past couple of years. Me and JCC have arguably, we've had arguments and disagreements, but in the long run, I know that I believe that without question, the show is better with JCC than without JCC. Now, I don't know what JCC thinks about me, but he still comes back. JCC, any thoughts? Want to talk about what a dickhead I am or what?
Steve, I appreciate all the accolades and kind words you have uttered, and I do hold it with due utmost respect for you, and I too respect you as well, and I do appreciate being here. And we were discussing my participation in your room/shows, and I tagged myself, not only the grill master.
Yes.
I like to say I'm the Steve Tamer.
I love that.
On occasion, I'll say, hey, Steve, dude, dial it back. So, yeah.
And how do I respond?
You go, thank you, and you do. And
absolutely.
Not only myself, but other mod squatters do it as well, and you do it here, and you recognize, like, yeah, you're getting a little amped up, and you getting excited. So, yeah, it's awesome. And yeah, we have butted heads, and I am happy that we can be adults about it and resolve our issues. Yeah.
Exactly, and it was also JCC who put his money where his mouth is, because when we were butting heads a little while ago, he said, hey, act like a man, call me up privately, and, well, in a manner of speaking, say it to my face, and I did. And I think that gained a little bit more respect. But if we ever have a problem, like I said, the entire Mod Squad has my cell phone. Then we come to Violet. I love Violet being on the show. You know, Cora used to be here, Cora drops in, but Violet has been more consistent lately. Cora used to be more consistent. There are other reasons, and I love Cora. But Violet's contributions to the show are immeasurable, and amongst others, without question, black and white, no gray, the following is Violet's greatest contribution to the show.
Wanna share your point of view, and a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind. Be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and get you fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take and just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point in a reasonable way. Come on up.
Ask Uncle Steve today. Now, Violet, I suspect that when you put that piece together and made that, you never in your wildest dreams thought I would play it as often and regularly, religiously as I do. Am I correct or am I mistaken?
You are correct, Steve. You know, like I told you the morning I sent it to you, I woke up unusually early before the show and started having these little thoughts about a theme song for you. So I just went ahead and worked with it for a little bit. And then when I sent it to you, you know, I thought this might make you smile. I just wanted to share it with you. And so when you played it that day, I just was blown away. I was like, oh my God, I did it. I was really excited and so glad that you liked it that much.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, prior to that, we were doing, you know, different, we were doing different things. And when I heard that, I go, that's it. And we've been playing that theme song since then. So, in addition to the song, thank you for coming on here religiously, pardon the pun. Thank you for your contributions. There's no question that the show is better with you than without you. And then, of course, there's
Well, wait
Derek.
a second,
Yes,
Steve. I wanted to say,
please.
I want to thank you. I found you and your show when I first started on this app, and I was very, very unsure as to whether I would fit in anywhere. If I had anything of interest to say to anybody with my life being somewhat average, which, I know there's nothing wrong with that, but I also felt very insecure. So when you asked me to join your mod squad, that helped my confidence in myself and helped me realize that I might have more to contribute than I was giving myself credit for, and that was because of you and your show and your mod squad, and I will appreciate that for no matter how long Clubhouse lasts or how long. I mean, I'm going to remember that forever. So
It's my pleasure, and hopefully it gave you enough confidence when you started your own house show, Bring Up Banger or something like that.
Well, yes, it was. I mean, Bert and I did that together. It was a collaboration with him, but learning from you gave me the skills I needed to be good in that room too. So it's great, Steve. I love being here, and you're my favorite place. This is my favorite place to be on Saturdays and Sundays, and I love you, and I love the Mod Squad, and I love your show.
Love you too. Then there's Daryl, one of the more recent members of the Mod Squad earlier in the year. And in fact, I don't know if Daryl's spoken today, but he's our financial guru, our financial expert. By the way, Daryl, are you there? Unmute if you are.
I am here.
And I know that I went against your advice, buddy. I was asking, I went against his advice.
StockX, right?
It's SpaceX, that's correct.
SpaceX, sorry.
For those of you that don't know, Elon Musk's SpaceX opened for commercial institutions at 135. A couple of hours later, it quickly went from 150 to 165. Nobody like me could buy it at less than 165. It went up to 205. Then it started going down. Daryl said, wait till it gets to about 125 or something like that, where it closed on Friday. I bought it 2 days earlier at the 135, 136 level. So I listened to your advice, but I kind of
bought it at the 135. Screw that guy, right?
And, one rule we've always had on the Mod Squad, come and go as you please, no harm. I'm prepared to, if people want to hear me read fucking news for 3 hours, I will. But I'm always prepared because we have a 5-second rule that we don't talk about. But Daryl's presence has always been welcome. And Daryl, we appreciate you being on the Mod Squad.
Thank you, sir. So SpaceX is a hold position, right? So yeah, you got it in 130.
135.
135. I actually think it might dip as low as 121.
Yeah.
But I do think if you hold it, I don't know if you're like a day trader or anything like that. I think if you hold on,
I am not. No.
Just hold on to it.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere. They broke the rules so that it could get into the S&P 100, which means it's going to sit on books. I really do feel for the people who got in at the highest high, and some of those, people, quote unquote, were managed 401k accounts and pension funds, and some people are not looking at their quarterly statements smiling anymore. But if you sit and hold it, it should rebound to 150 February. February maybe. News brings stock rises, right? So right now there's really nothing to talk about. So the hype is over. Now you actually have to see how the company performs, and that's just fundamental analysis. You just have to see what they do.
Yeah, I'm not a day trader. In fact, it was my brother-in-law who knows almost as much as you, and he says, look, when you're looking at stocks, don't treat it like going up and going down. treat it as your car or treat it as your home. You're not looking at the value of your car or your value of your home every day. You buy it, and you might check the value, a couple of times a year, but use it and have fun with it. And I'm no day trader. In fact, I'm extremely conservative. Thank you very much. And did you want something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, just some stuff on the economy, not so great. So foreclosures are 30% higher than they were 2 years ago. Student loan debt has doubled. Student loan delinquency, have doubled. Medical delinquencies have doubled. Credit card delinquencies have doubled. And credit cards, there was a report that somewhere like 87, 88% of people who actually own credit cards are within 10% of their credit limit. And so some of this doesn't bode well, and they're trying to model out what this means. But those are just some notes on the economy.
Thank you. And Tanya, I see you. We'll get to you in a couple of minutes. And last but not least, of course, is Reverend Scott. Reverend, are you there? And Reverend, are you there? Well, there we go. Okay, so, what can I say about Reverend Scott?
What can you say? That's the question.
I'll tell you this, Reverend Scott co-hosts the show here on Saturday and Sunday, and then he co-hosts Gary's show, The Critical Thinking, Monday through Friday. Gary doesn't come here pretty much. I don't go there pretty much. And what Reverend Scott did is what I advise all people that are getting into broadcasting, podcasting, having your voice heard. You take the best of what you learn from other people and incorporate it into your own style. And that's what Reverend Scott has done. He has taken the best from me, he has taken the best from Gary, and then he does his own podcast, and he does it his way. But he learned from us and then molded it into his own style. And that is the same advice that I give everybody else. And once again, just like all the other Mod Squad, Reverend, the show is better with you than without you. Any thoughts before we go to Tanya?
Well, thank you, Steve. That's great. I appreciate it. I love the show. What you and Gary have shown me that I still don't emulate is consistency. I mean, you guys are available at the same time, same place every week. I'm more of a sort of spontaneous pop-up guy, but I do, I've been podcasting for years. I got into Clubhouse originally with another friend. We thought we might use it as a podcasting platform, and I did not like it for that function. But I did not expect to like Clubhouse as much as I did. It's become something that is a regular part of who I am, and I love it. And I love being here on the weekend, Steve. It's super fun, and I think we've got a great thing. I'll probably pop a room open today too, just to for shits and giggles, as they say. So look for me, everybody, and it's great.
And I will probably be there. And if you're in the audience, maybe we can accommodate one more person because we're ending in 10 minutes. But Tanya is here. Tanya, good morning. What a pleasure to see you 2 days in a row. Hi, what would you like to talk about?
I know. So I just, I know that the show today sometimes turned into a complaint department. So I would like to give some final thoughts for the compliment department.
Please do. Thanks.
Okay. You and the mods are pretty much the only reason I get on Clubhouse on Saturdays and Sundays. I'm never on it other than that. And if I'm not on stage, I'm listening because it's entertaining, it's thought-provoking, and it also gives me an ability to improve my public speaking because I am, according to the MBTI, 100% introvert. So this provides me an opportunity to have a voice and speak. I'm similar to Violet, where I don't have a lot of self-esteem. So I appreciate the opportunity. I have always found both of your shows that you're passionate about what you talk about. and the other mods are too. And you're always respectful, and I love the fact that there are different personalities here that enhance every conversation. So I just wanted to put that out there. Change the complaints to compliments, and say thank you for everything you and the mods do.
Thank you, Tanya. Steve, you're not coming to.
There we go. The 5-second rule. Thank you. I didn't push the button. Tanya, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You're going to get the very first class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Thank you very much. With that, let's go ahead and say goodbye to Andrew, our good neighbor to the north. Andrew, would you like to say goodbye?
Okay, thanks for the room today. Really appreciate it. I'd just like to put a little plug in for Joe Jackson, awesome artist. If you're really, he did an album called Jump and Jive, which was a total departure of what he was doing. But it's an awesome album. I recommend it to anybody if they like some of the older tunes that he remade onto that album. In fact, it was the first time I'd heard some of them before I heard the originals. So it's a fantastic album, so I recommend it highly. That's it. Have a good one.
Thank you, Andrew. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's say goodbye to Alma. Alma, would you like to say goodbye? Alma going once. Alma going twice. Okay, we'll come back. Somebody wants to come up. I'm going to invite him because he's here all the time but doesn't normally speak. Hang on a second. Let's see if he's there, if that was just a mistake. And
Steve,
yeah.
Can I just say something?
Well, I'll tell you what. You can say goodbye, communist. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted Scott. Okay, so Scott, do you have a literary agency? You can let them know about my screenplays, because I was just like.
So you insult him for being a liar, and now you want his help?
I mean, because you never told nobody told anybody he was a millionaire.
Well, you never asked, and you still haven't asked.
Holy cow, dude, he's not.
Tell you what, you don't have to ask. Reverend Scott is not a millionaire. You got him mixed up.
IMDb. He has credits.
Reverend Scott, are you a millionaire?
Not yet. Look at Mr.
Do you want to answer the question if you're a millionaire?
This is interesting content, Steve. I mean,
It's bizarre.
He's accessible, which is fine.
Are you also involved in screens and films?
No. I do.
You have
a film credit in a documentary as a sort of researcher. Yeah, but
would you have the capacity to help somebody in the film industry?
No.
Okay. Communist, you are completely mistaken.
Well, Steve, would you care to fund me some of your investments? Or
No, because all you've done for the past couple of months is complain about me and my show and accuse me of being a liar. No, I don't want to fund you at all. No. Now that that's been said, would you like to say goodbye? Okay. There any left on his own? Yeah, no. You come on the show for 3 months, you complain about the way we do the show, you accuse me and my mod squad of being liars, and then you ask for our help? I understand, communist, that you are, and I'm going to paraphrase, mentally challenged. I get that. But that's not the way the world works. You don't barrage people with negativity, accuse them of being liars, tell them they're going to lose 200 listeners if they don't do it your way, and then you ask for financial help. That's not the way it's not the way life works. Alma, would you like to say goodbye? Alma going once. Alma going twice. We'll come back. El Normo. Thank you for your contributions today. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, indeed I would, and you're welcome, and thank you.
You're welcome.
That was
Yes.
fun and funny. I have seen the kind of behavior we just saw before. I will draw an analogy to the Palestinians who relentlessly attack their neighbors and then stick their hands out and ask for money that they can use to buy stuff with which to attack their neighbors and then complain that they are victims. Please forgive my partisanship, but on the other hand, we can say anything we want on the stage, and I don't demand or require or even request anybody agree with me, but I thought I'd get that out of my system. I am thinking about my latest ideas, and my belief is that Palestinianism for the Democratic Party is the new transgenderism, which is the new climate change obsession. The idea that preventing people from buying good dishwashers or clothing dryers will change the climate is nuts. By the way, this sort of weird effort at social control was in view during the pandemic. Yes, take measures to protect public health. No, closing the schools for 18 months is not a good idea. It's very bad. It's a very bad idea. Trying to attack Jews and exclude them from the Venice Biennale, which happened, and various other museum shows, and from food co-ops, and from the city councils of little towns in upstate New York and elsewhere, will not bring peace to the Middle East. It's crazy. And telling little boys that they can get pregnant will not help them in any way. These are all crazy ideas from my party, the Democratic Party. I, like Will Rogers, do not belong to any organized political party. I'm a Democrat. And with that, Steve, I want to say that your rooms, for some reason, Steve, that I don't understand, get better and better every week.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I guess I'll end it there. I'll end it on that positive. And I'm not trying to glaze you up, but I mean it. It's just I feel like the conversations get better, you get funnier, and your patience is a thing of wonder with your interlocutors.
You're very kind. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. One of the reasons why I do this is because it does improve my patience. And then when I go into my D job, like dealing with other lawyers and doctors and judges, I have real patience there, you know. But last chance for Alma. Alma, would you like to say goodbye? Alma going once, Alma going twice. Alma gets a stretcher ride from the entire Mod Squad down the red carpet to the VIP. And let's say goodbye to Alfonso. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso going once. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the show. I'll see you guys next week.
You got it, buddy. Let's go to Daryl. Daryl, would you like to say goodbye?
I would. And Uncle Steve, you said something. So I was actually in your neck of the woods all week. I got back at 3 a.m., so that's why my voice sounds like this. But I had lunch over in Sherman Oaks with a friend.
I'm right by there.
I will be in Sherman Oaks. Also, have you been to Rendition?
Yeah, where is it?
It's a speakeasy in Sherman Oaks. You would like it. I think you would like the speakeasy.
I have not been to that specific business, but maybe that business was named something else a few years ago before the pandemic, and so I might have been to that building, but no, I have not been to that business, no.
Possibly. So it's interesting because so 7 of us were talking, and we all just kept hyping on how, success is maybe 10% what you do, and it's 90% who you know. And I say that because of the communist guy. Because if he were like of better character, he probably would meet more people, but I don't think people actually want to talk to him. That's a problem, you know?
Yes. Well, again, I'm paraphrasing, but he's admitted before he's mentally challenged and he doesn't have any experience in the entertainment business. So
then he should talk through someone else.
Yeah.
That's it.
The way to get along. No, let me rephrase. No, the best way to develop a circle of friends and or business partners is to emphasize the positive and minimize, if not eliminate, the negative. That's why I've constantly stressed on the show throughout the years that the Mod Squad, we air our dirty laundry privately, not in public. If we've got something bad to say about another Mod Squatter, we don't do it on the show. I mean, when was the last time you, and again, this show is kind of designed after a radio show. Think to any radio show that you listen. When do the people on the show negatively criticize each other? Never. That's why when you get to TMZ or you read about the infighting, within people on a show, a radio show, TV show, it's always done off the air. That's what we stress. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, success is like when you were talking about what connects you to us and what that would let you put your resources toward because you trust us and you care about us. That's success to me. The people in my life are, don't get me wrong, I wish I had more money, but honestly, the connections I make with people in life are what make me feel successful, that I have a purpose to be here, and that is to, be in a community of several communities. So I consider being on your show a success every time, and I love being here. I hope everybody has a great week, and bye for now, everybody.
You can ask any reasonable businessman, not all, but a lot. And if you ask them what is their best investment, they will say the people that they work with, the people that they partner with, and the people that they hire. That is your best investment. Let's go to JCC, the Grill Master. Great. I love that title. Would you like to say goodbye?
Of course, Steve. Great room, great show. We had some good discussions. We had some good banter back and forth. We had some interesting content and an argument from organized universe. Therefore, an intelligent being must exist. However, there's argument against that, and that could be discussed later on with more people that want to hear the argument. But no, once again, I enjoy being here, and thanks for keeping this going on 6 years now.
Yes.
And that's quite awesome. Looking forward to next week as well, and to that, I bid everybody happy trails until we meet again. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
And last but not least, the XO, Reverend Scott, who may be running a pop-up room later. Reverend Scott, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, Uncle Steve, I do. It's always great to be here. That was interesting. I do think that, to JCC's point, I think oftentimes both the theists and the atheists that come on here are a lot more confident of their arguments than maybe is warranted. I think that, look, the world's a messy place. I think to a lot of people, it looks purposeful and like there's meaning and it must be designed. I think to a lot of people, it looks chaotic and cruel and red and tooth and claw. I think both of these are really reasonable approaches to a world as complex as ours. And I think we ought to engage each other with some humility, sympathy, maybe even empathy, and realize most people believe what they believe because for good reasons, for an amalgam of intellectual reasons, emotional experiences, life journeys, sort of factors. And so I wish people would approach people with some understanding rather than thinking that people are so stupid and have never thought about their beliefs. Most people have thought about them quite a bit that come on here. So thanks and goodbye, and I will see everybody hopefully next weekend, maybe even today if I pop up in a room.
Last but not least, Marshall, I haven't heard from you all day. I don't know if you spoke, but Marshall, would you like to say hello and goodbye?
Hello, everybody. Goodbye,
Hello.
everybody.
Thank you. And with that, y'all, we are done. Great show. Without question, better with you than without you. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your weekend. We will be back, as always, next Saturday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and next Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, for another 3-hour tour. And we'll close it with this. A lot's been made about consistency. And yes, we have been extremely consistent that we are basically here every Saturday at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, every Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We make small little changes and corrections based on what everybody wants. And yes, you can send me a back channel. I not only read them all, I respond to them all. But it's not only about consistency. It's not only about honesty. It's not only about critical thinking by osmosis. It's not only about the 3 hours. It's what happens in the 3 hours. Take care, everybody. Be careful on the clubhouse streets.
Hey, come on in, kid. I'm getting dressed. I was at the hotel. They told me you took the night off. Thought you was sick or something.
Of course I took the night off. Tell me. This is the night you wrestle a shoot?
You took the night off for that.
Yeah. Shaved, got a haircut and everything.
You never took a night off to see me wrestle before. They dock you for that.
Hey kid, money ain't everything.
You know, it's not that big a deal now. I mean, it's 6 lousy minutes on the mat at that.
Ever hear of Pele?
Yeah, he's a soccer player.
Very famous soccer player. I was in a room here one day. I'm watching a Mexican channel on TV. I don't know nothing about Pele. I watch what this guy can do with a ball on his feet. Next thing I know, he jumps up in the air and flips into a somersault. Kicks the ball in upside down and backwards. The goddamn goalie never knew what the fuck hit him. Pele gets excited. He rips off his jersey, starts running around the stadium, waving around it over his head. Everybody's screaming in Spanish. I'm here sitting alone in my room. I start crying. Yeah, that's right, I start crying. There's another human being, a species which I happen to belong to. Kick a ball. Lift himself. The rest of us sat as human beings up to a better place to be, if only for a minute. Let me tell you, kid, it was pretty goddamn glorious. It ain't the 6 minutes. It's what happens in that 6 minutes.
Bombadita, 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 happy trails to you. Bombadita, 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 who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny weather.
To go to the same destination as your fiance for the bachelorette / bachelor weekend, whatever. So like, I think that, I don't know, it's just a new thing. Like, rich people, they're like, we're going on an island, men have their own theater villa, the women have their own surprise parties, separate things. They do something together.
This should sound like something like love. This should sound like something like Love Island shit.
That is not Love Island, please. It's not okay. I talked to Library Connor. What he said is correct. It's just the kids cross race. It's just like the people are doing now when they have joint bachelorette and bachelor parties and they do separate things together, they do things together. It's just what they do now. But the upper ones especially. Why? Because that's just what they want to do. That's the new in vogue thing to do. If you are a Brooklyn local young person and you are about to get married, the in vogue thing to do is for you to get your bachelorette team together, he gets his bachelor party together, y'all all go to the collaboration. We don't do things together. We don't do things separately. We don't 9 times out of 10 be in the same locale. So the girls like going to Nashville. Some of them it'll be joined in Nashville. It might be joined in Vegas. It might be joined in the islands. Some people still do the traditional separate bachelorette and bachelor parties. But the important thing to do for some of these people is to do the joint ones. Yeah, and it seems that
And just like when I say the gender of it, gender is gone. This is insane.
Make sure that Candy and Stripper ain't showing up. They want to watch and John. And John. Yeah, no time. I mean, this is me. I could be wrong. And the guy could feel the same way. They don't want the fireman showing up. Somebody said it.
Like, it's really about I do some of this together, but some things are still separate, so those things still can go on. I know a person that did it because they said that his friends said they don't plan anything. His wife was referring to me at the time, and her friends planned better events, and so like we did it together, it became that better trip.
It's like best man.
It was fun. It was fun.
So, come on, T, you want to say something? Get off the chair. Well, all right, I can understand that. All right. That's all right.
Generational difference. But you know what? If you really wanted to, you could have just did a wedding weekend. Hey, that would make more sense to me.
No. T is actually a
Here's my answer. It speaks to how dumb young men are. If you and your friends cannot imagine a weekend of debauchery for a bachelor weekend, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're going to eat. You're going to drink. And you'll be smacking and seeing some fine shit if you're looking. Pipe shit. I don't even understand, like, and this is exactly the problem with young men. I mean, this is all due respect. They're not men. I never all your gender roles. This is such a patriarchy. Plan a restaurant film, booze film, stripper, or show, or you get my friends. We really want to go see this opera and this trap, but if you know what you and your boys like, you're one of two things. You're either dumb or really dumb. And so you're telling me that men in a game and their friends did not plan their own bachelor
Let me ask you a question. Do you think the citizen of a
worse than I was. Thanks, Carl. Okay, Dr. Sala, thanks for very good. Yes, sorry about the delivery. I appreciate it was talking, but I do not tolerate any other.
think Americans understand that.
No,
They don't want to be involved.
I don't think a lot of Americans understand. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say, right? America is America is attacking Iran in hopes of letting that regime falling down, right? But what the American people don't realize is that innocent people that are also against that regime are dying because of the attacks that America is doing against that Iranian regime. Do you understand a little bit what I mean?
I do understand, and I think America is trying to thread the needle, especially using AI to minimize civilian casualties. I'm quite sure we're doing that.
Yes, they are doing that. Absolutely, that's absolutely true. Because what you say is actually something I just heard in the news. I think it was. I don't know which country it was anymore. I think. What's it called? I don't know. I forgot the name. Anyway, on the news, right? And they say, oh, 2 American soldiers died during. Jordan. Yeah, thank you. During an attack, right? Two American soldiers died. And what about all the other innocent civilians that are also against that terroristic regime that they're living under that died? Why do we only hear about only 2 American soldiers that died?
Well, that's what America's interested in. I mean, they talk about the schoolgirls all the time.
Yeah, that's what America's interested in. But why do we in Europe hear about them also alone about these 2 American soldiers? And I'm not even in America. This is also.
I tell you why. It's about the news media.
It's basically so you understand better that. Okay, so hold on, I have a quote.
I think it's the same thing, Fatima. I agree with some of the things that you're saying. I said this the other day. It's kind of like if 50 people were killed or 100 people are killed in a suicide bomb in Afghanistan, it hardly makes any news. But if five Americans are killed in Paris, for example, it's major breaking news.
Yes, like all hell would like if something happened like that in like European or American ground, all hell would break loose. But when you hear it happening in the Middle East, nobody cares. You don't even hear about it because we don't let it out in the mainstream media.
Yeah, I think that's true. And even if it is in the media, I don't think people will care about it.
I care about those voiceless people, those people that have no identity, no voice, that are against that regime that they're living under. I think we should think about them too.
I think it's not about feelings and what I think that the report is for better understanding what will happen, and when America loses soldiers, it might change the way that they conduct the war. If I don't know, and I'm sorry to say this, but if Iran attacks a ship and an Indian dies there, it will not change the course of the war. India will not, but it will not change anything. So it's not that one life matters more than the other, but at the end, war, each army represents their own people. And when American soldiers die, same as with the Israeli soldiers, it changes the perception of those countries. So just so you know.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you, Daniel, because the thing with Israel, right? You don't hear a lot about Israeli soldiers dying as well. That's the thing.
You don't. We do.
No, yeah, you do. I know you do, but in general, worldwide, mainstream.
Yeah, but this is part of the idea. You never hear about the civilians dying in Israel. You don't hear about the terror attacks. You will hear everything that is going on in Gaza.
Yes, I agree with that.
This is how it is.
And I think that's sad. I think it's very sad that there's so much hatred towards Israeli soldiers, towards other innocent civilians, against those Islamic evil regimes. And I think we should a little bit think about those voiceless people, just for a moment. Like, what they do, like keep 1 minute silent for the voiceless people who died.
Who are the voiceless people that are you talking about? Civilians in Iran?
Everybody that doesn't make the mainstream media, like your Israeli soldiers, like the ones that are against the Islamic regimes and are dying from it, those innocent voiceless people, yes.
I mean, even if you hear about soldiers, Israeli soldiers that are dying, they will legitimize it. Part of the thing that, even on 7th of October, they said that about, I don't know, 300, 400, whatever were IDF soldiers, which is nonsense. Like, yes, they were soldiers, but they were at a party, and to count them as soldiers, it's disgraceful. Yes, they were like people that were 19, 20-year-old in a party. They were during their military service, but to count them as soldiers, I think it's giving a break for the Hamas. They didn't fight anyone. They just executed those children.
Yes, I get what you're saying. I think we're on the same line, but in a bit of a different language, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's very hard. The media is very dangerous. The media. The media is a very dangerous weapon to use against the minds of people and to make people choose on who to target and who not to target, who to feel for and who to not feel for. You know, the media does that. The media sucks.
I think we're on the same page here, Fatima. Yes. Why is it that if 100 people in Afghanistan are killed in a suicide bombing, or if 5 Americans are killed in Paris, or 5,
I don't know.
Why is it? I understand countries want to mention their own, right? But why is it all through Europe?
Maybe the media. I think maybe the media is playing a little game by showing only the important places of the world being killed instead of the unimportant the Middle East or Africa. They make these places in Africa, in the Middle East or Asia, everywhere. They make these people hate us. They make these people hate America. They make these people hate Europe. It's what they do, It's just, and then they come here and they have so much hatred towards this place or America. That's what they always say, right? That to America, It's all because of the media. The media is showing only the deaths of the American people, and then the Middle Eastern people or the African people, they all start to hate America and Europe because they are not getting recognition for their own people dying because of that evil regime, that disgusting, filthy, Islamic, pedophilic regime.
Was this room, the title was, Can Arabs Live Peacefully with Israel?
Arabs can live peacefully with Jews, yes, but Muslims cannot live peacefully with Jews. There's a difference.
No, I'm not talking about your subjective opinion. I'm talking about the room. Wasn't the title of this room before was Can Arabs?
No, that was Dr. Osama's room earlier.
Oh, where'd he go? Did they kick me out of there? I don't know. Is it still on?
No, I think it ended.
Oh wow, man! My phone died when it was getting good. And, yeah. All right. I guess I'll.
Yeah, it was just Emrose. It was just Emrose talking.
So what is the discussion? What's the discussion here?
Emrose never answered my question. We're just. I was just asking people. Do citizens of a country, are they to blame for the actions of the government or military?
No, of course not. I don't blame the citizens of Israel for the atrocities that their government is doing. Same as I wouldn't judge the Americans, citizens because I'm American. I wouldn't judge my fellow Americans for what our government is doing. Our government does shit to us. It's MK Ultra, so many other projects they tested on our own people, here in America. So all governments is shit, right?
Yeah. What is it? You're in the U.S., right?
Yeah, I'm in the U.S.
Okay, that answer. I agree with the answer that you gave. How about Americans wearing a T-shirt with a USA flag on it, or having a USA flag on the doorpost? Is that okay?
Yeah, why would they're happy about their country?
Yeah, right. So, and even if the government did something bad, it's still okay to have their flag on the doorpost, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, listen, it takes time for a country to get back to, or any country to be normalized. It takes time, So Israel is a new country. It's gonna take time.
Yeah. Well, wherever I go, if I have an Israeli flag on my picture or in my bio, TikTok, Stereo, Clubhouse, YouTube, whatever it is, just having that flag, Israeli flag, opens me up for intense verbal abuse of me and my family.
I understand, brother, but you have to understand what's going on. That's why. I mean, listen, I'm Egyptian. I don't agree with what your country is doing, obviously, but
what don't you agree with? Can I ask?
I don't agree that. Well, it's hard to say because you guys you're stuck in a position where you don't want to be, right? Because they put you in that position. Hamas, right? Fighting.
Not just Hamas. Not just Hamas.
But yeah, Iran too.
What don't you? The Houthis, Hezbollah, PFLP, PIJ. But what don't you agree with?
I mean, I don't agree of bombing of the kids. So
who's bombing kids?
So you know that there's kids dying every day, right? So
no, I know that there are kids that are dying in any war in history. Unfortunately.
Brother, I agree with you. Listen, I understand that, but
no, but I'm asking you, don't you agree with what Israel is doing? Like kids dying is not because of Israel, it's because of Hamas.
I'm not I don't the reason why I don't agree with Israel's doings is because they're not sending their troops inside they're just throwing bombs instead of
that's not true. Our troops are completely inside.
Palestine is decimated. It's a graveyard.
No, hold on. That's the IDF soldiers are in Gaza, deep in Gaza, on foot, and if we didn't care for the civilians, we would just bomb it from the air. The fact that we lost almost 1,000 soldiers is because we went in with our troops inside Gaza. So I'm really trying to ask again, what is it that you don't agree with? Like, yes, war is over. What bombing? What bombing? So you don't agree with bombing?
Hold on. So you're saying that there's no buildings, there's no houses, residential houses are being bombed?
Of course there are. What do you mean? Let me ask you. No. Let me ask you differently. Are there buildings that are not residential? Let me ask you differently. Is there a Hamas?
You just admitted.
No, I'm asking you. No, you're missing the point. Are there bases in Gaza where everything is residential? One second, give me a second.
I sympathize with you guys even more than the Palestinians, believe it or not, even though I don't want to really admit it. Fought the Egyptians and Israelis. When we fought man to man.
I understand.
Yeah, but we didn't hide behind our women. We didn't hide under the hospital.
Exactly. But what happens? One second, dude. Can I have a conversation with you? Like you are very hyper. I'm trying to get to a point with you. What happens if your enemy does not have bases? He's using residential buildings. He's using hospitals and using schools. What do you do then? Because that's the situation.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's why I disagree. Instead of bombing them, go in and infiltrate and go underneath and go fight them.
We're doing that. Go fight them. We are doing this.
No,
we are doing this.
We are.
We're on the ground. One second, no. Every time that we bomb a place, we evacuate it first. When we evacuate it, by the way, we are the only army that is doing it, because if you know anything about warfare, it's the element of surprise. When we are saying we're going to bomb this place, then obviously also Hamas will go and deal. Like, I'm trying to get to understand what is the problem with what Israel is doing. You're saying bombing. Bombing is part of war, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that you guys, I know that you guys tell them that, hey, listen, we're going to bomb and they don't want to get out. No, I understand that. I understand that they're hard-headed, right? They're like, yo, we're not gonna leave. Okay, so
I don't care about hard-headed.
Palestinians.
The way that the Palestinians are conducting war is through war crimes, okay? Everything that they do is a war crime. We are doing more than, we are doing more than, no, I'm not fighting with you, I'm just telling you. We are doing more than any other army in the world and in history to minimize civilian casualties, while they're doing everything in their power to maximize it. There will never be zero. So again, I'm asking you, why don't you agree with what Israel is doing?
I agree what's happening. I agree that they're hiding behind, their kids and their women, and they're not fighting man to man. I agree with you, okay? But just because they're doing that doesn't mean you should do that. Even though you called them, say, hey, listen, a lot of countries won't do that. I agree. America wouldn't do that. America will call their enemy, say, hey, you better leave this place. We're about to bomb.
No one do it.
2 hours. But you don't let do that.
What would you do differently? What would you do differently?
I would go and tell all the people in Palestine, listen, come here, stay here, and go and infiltrate.
This is what we did. This is literally what we did. I'm asking you, now I'm trying to understand, you are saying that you don't agree with what we are doing, but you would do exactly what we're doing. So let's say that you would be the Prime Minister of Israel. It's 8th of October. You had an invasion of thousands of Gazans went into Israel, doing awful things and kidnapping 250 people, including children and babies. And I'm asking you, what do you do? So I'm asking you, it was just a setup. So I hear a lot of criticism, Israel is doing this. I'm really looking to hear, what would you do?
I'm telling you, that's what I would do. I would tell all the people to leave their houses, come here, because
but this is what we did. But this is what we did. But this is what we did.
No, you didn't. You guys didn't do it publicly. You guys.
Of course we did. We did it in the most intense way.
I haven't seen Netanyahu say, "Hey, please, all
Netanyahu,
please move."
Because you're talking. Hold on, you're talking about propaganda. I'm talking about reality. In reality, we are addressing the Palestinians in Gaza. If Netanyahu goes on TV on CNN, speaks in Hebrew and in English, that is completely a theater. What we are doing, we are dropping pamphlets, we are calling them, we are sending SMSs. This is what is effective. Do you think that Bibi going on TV, the Palestinians in Gaza would see it? Come on. You're talking about performance. I'm talking about lives. Saving lives is actually evacuating the people, which we are doing. But you know what? Just so you know, when we are evacuating populations, the media is saying ethnic cleansing, right? Displacement.
Yes.
And all that.
And I agree. Listen, I understand and I agree what's happening. I'm not shying away from the fact that they're cowards. Yeah, they're like cockroaches. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yeah, but you're not listening to what we're doing. We moved 1.5 million people. Hang on. We moved 1.5 million people out of Rafah because Rafah's on the border. We moved them out and put them in humanitarian camps. That's exactly what you said we should do. That's exactly what we did.
Yeah. Okay.
And by the way,
and aren't you guys bombing the refugee camps as well?
No.
So why?
Right. Listen, I'm not talking about this line. No, hold on. We are putting the refugee camps, and then Hamas is using those refugee camps, for example, to launch a rocket. Then we would target that specific place where they launch a rocket, not indiscriminately. So, but the problem is that yes, Hamas is using all those places exactly for public perception.
Okay, so you see what you just said? That Hamas.
But let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on.
If there are rockets firing at us, what do you want us to say? Okay, we will just let them kill it up.
Brother, I heard what you said. Can you hear me? Hello?
everybody can hear you. We did exactly what you suggested.
No,
we evacuated. Hang on, you said evacuate. We did it. We evacuated.
He just admitted that there are shooting rockets from the refugee camps, right?
Right.
Okay, so why is this happening? Because you guys are not
Why are they shooting rockets from a refugee camp? That's their decision.
No, see, this is where I'm trying to tell you. When you know that Hamas is basically terrorizing their own people, yeah.
Right.
You should have the IDF securing the refugees. They shouldn't leave the refugees by themselves. They should be there securing.
We are there. We are there.
No, they're not. Because
we're there.
Hold on.
You're incorrect. You're mistaken.
Brother. Let me give you my point across. If they were
your point, we did what you said we should do. You said we should get slow down. I want to just make a few things clear. Number one, you said we should be there in person, not just bomb. We're doing that. Number two, you said, hang on, wait, I didn't finish. Wait. Number two, you said we should evacuate. We did that. Number three, you said the IDF should be there in the refugee camps. We did that. Now, so we did everything you suggested. You didn't know it. Now you know.
No,
hang on.
I didn't what I was saying. I didn't what I was saying.
You will. I want to hear what you say. I want to finish my thought. So we've done everything that you didn't know until just now, and you suggested that we do. But now maybe you're saying we should get Hamas out of the refugee camps. Well, that's a process too, and that's going to hurt civilians. So the first thing we're doing is we're responding to wherever they shoot us from. Now go ahead.
Okay, so if my point is you're doing a piss poor job about it. Why? Because
wait, a piss poor job of what?
Oh my God, let me finish, brother.
A piss poor job of what?
Can you let me talk?
No, a piss poor job of what?
Of securing the area. If the fact is that
you mean the refugee camps?
Yes.
Okay. How are we supposed to protect the refugee camps from the refugees themselves who are Hamasniks? You want us to interview them? You want us to shake them down? What do you want us to do?
So when you move a group of people, you're making them move with arms, with weapons? No, you're not.
We make them move. We tell them we're gonna bomb. Here's a refugee camp. Go here.
Okay. Yeah, you should escort them. You shouldn't just
So what is it? Okay, so you have an idea of how to evacuate a city different than Israel, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. Why is that obvious? You've never done this before. You've never been to a refugee. Hang on. You've never been to a refugee camp. You've never been to Israel. You've never been in battle. So you have some ideas, like you're a sort of a civilian with some brainstorm. So write them down, put them in a letter. You seem to think that you understand the situation better than Israel, or for that matter, better than Hamas, or better than the president. But you don't have the information that justifies your idea. You have a better idea.
Okay. So then correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't it be better to escort them because you know that they even steal their own food supplies?
They do escort them. What's your next question? Everything you're suggesting Israel does. Nevertheless, it's not possible to eliminate every single rocket and every missile. They have an underground subway system bigger than the London Underground that they use to transport stuff, and we're systematically decommissioning it. It's tough. So you don't have enough information to make your judgment or your suggestions. You're lacking information.
Well, then I don't know what to say. But listen, I all I know is that you guys are looking bad more and more every day, and I am the few Arabs.
Well, we're not worried about how we look. You guys, we're not worried about that.
Israelis.
What we're doing is we're winning the war. That's what we're doing. We're defeating the enemy.
Yes,
maybe we could do a better job.
Obviously.
That's a good thing.
Yes, and listen.
That's a great thing.
Yeah. Listen,
That's the job of war.
Yes, of course.
And we're doing more to defend the civilian population than any military can do in history. You'd like even more. You're the great humanitarian. But I'll tell you one thing, Israel's not going to risk Israeli lives to defend people who want to kill us. And there's wide indication that even the civilians in Gaza, because they participated in the hostage taking and the hostage keeping, Even the civilians are participating in this war and pretending not to. So it's a bit of a dilemma.
Honestly, they have bad leadership, so they need some a real good leadership.
Yeah.
And
See, we're a democracy. We can pick our leadership. They have a tyranny, so the leadership decides that they don't get to pick them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I wish that like the UN can or like the whoever just pick let's say an icon.
The UN is useless.
Huh?
The UN is useless. Literally useless.
Yeah, they are. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They do nothing. We help them out,
but I think the solution, honestly, is that they pick icon as a leader. Like for instance, one of the like famous like Muslim scholars to be their freaking leader because they're so backwards. They're not even Islamic. They're not Islamic. I don't agree with kidnapping women and children. This goes against.
This is the problem. This is the problem. They believe that they do not want us to live peacefully next to their neighbors. They want to destroy Israel. It is pretty much all of them. So it's very difficult to lead them in any direction except the direction that they want to go, which is to die fighting against Israel. This is what their ideology is. They want to die trying to destroy Israel. And that includes Israeli civilians. So we're fighting maniacs.
Yeah, you are. I'm not gonna lie, you guys are fighting maniacs. I mean, like, the fact is, like, as Egyptians, we just don't understand how can they even, like, choose to stay in a house. You know, like, you get a phone call, hey, we're bombing your house. Why the hell stay there with your kids? If you love your kids, just get the hell out of the house. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about any country. I don't give a shit about any house, any land. My kids.
They want their kids to be shaheeds.
Well, they're retarded, right?
Well, that's their belief.
No, I mean, no, they hijacked Islam. I believe they hijacked Islam.
I think that's true because Islam does not say kill your children. These people are killing the children.
Yes, and that's, see, I'm American, so I know a lot of Palestinians, and I have not one Palestinian friend because they're fucking nuts. Okay, they come here in America, they open grocery stores, they open business, and they're selling kizir means pork. And I'm like, I talked to them, and I was like, what the hell are you doing?
I know what kizir means.
Yeah, and I say, what the hell are you doing? You're Muslim, you're selling pork. Oh, it's just business,
So they sell it to the infidels.
Yeah. So they have the children. No, listen, I've seen it. I used to hate Israel so much, but I got right. Because of the simple fact that the kids being unalive. But then when I started to sit down and talk to you guys, like, listen to you guys, I finally realized, having an open mind, I finally realized that you guys have the worst of the worst neighbors ever. That's why Egypt doesn't want them to fucking come in our country. We don't want them as well.
No Arab country wants them. No Arabs want them.
No, because they're fucking nuts. And it's crazy. And I feel bad saying this, I really do. Even though like my brothers and sisters, they're fucking nuts.
How are they your brothers and sisters?
In Islam, in a sense. So it's even though they're different, have different,
ethnicity, different. It's not even the same Islam as you point out.
Exactly, it's like a different madhab, like a different way of teaching. They believe probably along with my understanding they're Wahhabis, or Salafis. I am totally against that shit.
They're Muslim Brotherhood. That's what they are.
Yes.
And Muslim Brotherhood is illegal in your country.
They're
By the way.
Yeah, we
not that possible.
So in Egypt we unalived all those Muslim Brotherhoods. We put them in jail because they have the false ideology and they're very extreme. Yeah. So much so that they even burned them alive. I remember one time this what happened in Egypt. So they're extreme to the point where I You can say, how in the hell are you Muslim? Because they just they don't understand the word peace. Yeah, they're very into like they're how do you say their greed. It's like happy or this and that. Like they mix their culture with the religion so much. I think it's their culture that really it's obviously the issue here because it supersedes their ideology, I believe, their culture. Because you wouldn't even, I couldn't even marry a Palestinian if I wanted to. Like, if I go to a Palestinian, whatever, the way they are, they're fucking racist sometimes. So,
let me tell you a little bit about that. It's not that they're Palestinian. It just depends on their clan. So they want to marry according to their clans. They don't really have an idea of Palestinian. They don't really see themselves as Palestinian. They belong to this clan or that clan. Al-Masri or Al-Turki or Al-whatever. And the people of Gaza would never marry the people of Judea and Samaria either. They're not going to marry a Egyptian. They want to marry within their family and keep the wealth in the family. It's not a national identity. They don't really want a country. If they wanted a country, believe me, the world would love to give them one. So would Israel. Then they could be a responsible people. They could have an economy. They have no economy.
No, it's a shit show. It's a shit show. And honestly, I feel bad for them. I really do.
No, everybody does.
They're still human beings. They can just get the right. If they can just still get the education. That's the problem. The education and the right Islam. I think the whole indoctrination will change. But the problem is now that you guys are in a state of war, there is no such thing that's going to happen right now. So I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows, obviously, and I just hope that. Go ahead.
This is what I think. The people of that area, let's say Gaza, let's separate them from Judea and Samaria, because that's a whole different bunch of people. It's not the same people. So if they can be offered an alternative to death, and that's going to have to come from Israel and the world, then hopefully they will choose life. I don't know for sure, but that's their only chance is to choose life. If they choose death, they're going to get it.
Yeah. It's sad, honestly. It's so sad because I see these poor kids every week is missing. And just to choose their faith because of ideology. A lot, it's fucking bullshit. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of this.
What do they want from Allah, sir?
Well, it's because they believe that this is mosque that Prophet Muhammad migrated on Nigeria to, which if they only knew.
You mean on the back of a flying donkey?
It wasn't a donkey. It was a special animal. I forgot what it's called.
What is it? Burak.
Yeah, it's a burak. Yes, I forgot the name of it. It's a special animal. But it's not.
What's a burak?
I don't know.
Okay. Whatever it is. A flying horse of some kind.
But yes, sometimes it's a special animal. So long story short, if they only
Special animal. So
yeah.
what do you think is the likelihood that he left Mecca to come to the capital of the Jews? What's that likelihood? And why would he do that?
So the thing is, they believe, and a lot of Muslims believe, this is the mosque that the Prophet Muhammad did the night journey to, which is not true. A lot of Muslims don't know this. You see, Al-Aqsa did not exist during the time of the Prophet. So much so, it was actually built 80 years after he passed away. So they think this significant building, this stupid mosque that they're dying for, that they believe that, they'll have an October 7th, Al-Aqsa, and they went inside or whatever, and they did what the trust is.
They can go to Al-Aqsa today if they want. They don't have to kill anybody.
No, I understand that, but the point is that it was the guys who took it in the sense that because Trump claimed Jerusalem is now the capital of Israel. right?
Well, it is the capital of Israel.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
what?
now. So no, now.
It was the capital of Israel before also.
Well, yeah. Well, listen. Before it was all Islamic. Before,
Before what?
Before Israel became.
What about Christians? What about the Christians?
But I'm saying it was Islamically, conquered. Yeah. So now
You mean by the Ottoman Turks?
Yes. So.
Well, what are the Ottoman Turks? They have no business there.
No, but you're missing the point.
What's the point?
My point is that they think this holy significant building was the building that the Prophet migrated to, which is not true.
On a flying animal.
Yes. So
is that the basis of letting your children die because somebody believed in a flying animal?
They're retarded. I'm telling you a lot.
Well, you did say that. You did say that.
Yes. They don't understand that he migrated to the Holy Land in Jerusalem.
Mecca. Okay, I mean he went to Mecca and Medina. Whether he came to Jerusalem or not, I do not know.
Al-Aqsa. It's the night journey. It's in chapter 17, verse 1.
I'm very familiar with Al-Aqsa. I've actually been there more than once. But listen, they have 22 countries, okay? The Arab guys. They have 22 countries in the region and all of the oil, almost all of the land. Okay, there's a little postage stamp the size of New Jersey that the Jews have. And if they're not going to let the Jews have anything, then that's not a deal that we're going to make. If they want to keep their oil and their land that they already have, that the British gave them, fine. But they're not going to come and take the little piece of land that the Jews are living on because the Jews want to live there and they're indigenous and we have every right to do that.
So, I'm not going to get into that because I don't care to argue about land.
There's nothing to argue about. We have the land.
Yeah, I really don't care. You can take the whole goddamn thing. I don't care.
You have Egypt. We have Israel.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't care. The fact is because they already lost. In my eyes, they already lost. Yeah. So they should integrate. If anything, they should just be Israelis. That's it. Which they. You guys probably don't.
I don't think they want to be. I don't think they. I don't know. Do they want to be Israeli?
I don't know. That's the same.
Well, you can conduct a poll and see if they want to be Israeli.
Yeah, I really.
We have a lot of Arab Israelis. They're not leaving.
I mean, technically, to leave, they have to get an Israeli passport anyway. So technically, they are.
Who?
Them. Don't they?
Where?
The Palestinians.
Where? Which ones? Where? Gaza or Judea and Samaria? So you don't be being.
Any of them.
Well, you gotta explain what you're talking about because the Arabs in Israel. Hang on. The Arabs in Israel have Israeli passports.
Yeah.
So they can leave, but they're not.
But I'm saying that there's no such thing as a Palestinian passport. Am I correct?
Where is it? I don't know if there is. I think there is. But you have to specify between Judea. I think there is. You have to specify between Judea and Samaria, which some people call the West Bank, and Gaza.
So I think it was. Actually, there was, but I believe there's no more Palestinian passports.
So they had Jordanian passports up until 1988. They were part of Jordan until 1988 when Jordan said, fine, we're going to, Israel conducted the war in which Jordan attacked, and we're going to relinquish any claim to that land. Jordan took it illegally in 1948.
Yeah, so yeah, they don't even have passports. So they have Israeli.
I think they do.
Israelis.
I'm sorry?
No, they don't.
What's that?
No, they don't. Because I remember.
Who is they?
Palestinians.
Where?
In Gaza.
If they're living in Israel, they have Israeli passports.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't have Palestinian passports. That's what I'm saying.
They have Israeli passports.
Yeah, so there's Israelis.
They're Israelis, that's right. Why is that funny? Because
we're
were talking like if they. I wonder if they wanted to be Israeli. So technically, they already are.
Well, you're not distinguishing between Israel and what you might call the West Bank, which is what Jordan called it, which is a colonial state, and what's the real historical name is Judea and Samaria. Now, if to Palestinians, you don't call Palestinians in Judea and Samaria have Palestinian passports? I don't know the answer to that, but I could look it up right now. So there's all that. Then there's the people in Gaza. What do they have? I don't know offhand.
Most people in Gaza and West Bank have Palestinian passport.
Do they?
Yes.
I didn't even know that. No, it either.
Yeah, they have passport, but they suffer from lots of other problems. The problem is not the passport. For example, they cannot travel from West Bank to Gaza or vice versa. Or most of the time when they leave the West Bank, they are not allowed by Israel to return back.
I'm gonna research this. I'll be back. Hold on. I'm gonna see if they have passports. Hold on.
But in
I'm looking it up right now.
Palestinians with a passport on which it is written issued by the state of Palestine.
Palestinians have passport issued by the Palestinian Authority. I just looked it up.
Yeah.
And your answer. They have passports.
Oh shit.
Now, traveling from Judea and Samaria to Gaza.
Most of the time they cannot return back to Palestine. They cannot return back to West Bank or Gaza when they leave.
Then they go to Jordan.
Most of the time, but it is not guaranteed because Israel is control all the borders.
Well, Egypt controls the border, and so does Jordan. I mean, if they're not violent,
even West Bank, in the West Bank, Israel has its own border control. So Jordan on one side and Israel on the other side.
See, the real problem.
I mean, I have Palestinian friends in America who go back and forth to Judea and Samaria. I guess that's because they have American passports.
Also, this war, I agree with what Trump is doing, because the Iranians are the ones who are supplying these idiots with all these supplies, all these weapons. So they need to cut that shit off. I just hope that they come to terms and agree to stop supplying these idiots with weapons of destruction, in the sense, rockets and whatnot. Honestly, this shouldn't be. We're in 2026. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is this shit happening in today's age? Even I used to listen. Like I said, I used to hate Israel, and I don't hate Israel anymore. So just to clear that up. I just don't understand why you guys. Why is Israel on the mainstream media every effing day? Because I don't see the Saudi Arabian being broadcast, how they treated the Yemen.
Because they have a well. Because we love them. I just checked your question. What's your name here, Truth? So you're going to have to update your truth. Yeah, Palestinians, as I suggested to you, they can leave the West Bank or cross the Allenby Bridge, I've been there, into Jordan.
That was A. D is the one who said that, not me.
Well, no, A said something different. And you have to carry.
He said
they don't have a Palestinian passport. That's incorrect. They do.
Oh, okay.
Right. Palestinians then have to re-enter by the same bridge out of Jordan, and they have to have valid residency status on their Palestinian ID.
At least they have that.
Yeah, but all these ideas you had were propaganda ideas. They weren't real. They weren't real.
Listen. If they get a real leader, like let's say, I don't know if you know Mufti Ming. I wish he's from Zimbabwe, and he's a humanitarian. He has like a degree in philanthropy. He's very educated.
What's his last name?
Mink, M-E-N-K, Mufti Mink. This guy is very spiritual.
Okay.
If most of the Muslims would follow him, I think this world would be so much better. Especially, the Iranians obviously are different breed, right? They're different sect.
it's a complete different.
They're Shia.
Yeah, they're Ahlul Bayt, so we believe that they get their.
It's called Shia.
Yeah, Shia. They believe they get their religion from, family of the Prophet, which is.
Actually, religions are almost the same. There is just an argument of who should succeed Muhammad.
No, that's not true, brother. I'm telling you, I am an ex-Shia, and I'm telling you, it's not the same. It's completely fucking different. They believe in the 12 Imams.
The successor of Prophet Muhammad, why do you say this?
No, brother. They believe in it. I'm telling you, I'm ex-Shia. And I'm telling you, they believe in the 12 Imams. They believe that they're infallible. They believe in the Ayatollah. They believe in, man, it's nuts. It's nuts. Once I found out that one of the Ayatollah says that you can marry a 1-year-old, I'm like, okay, that's it. This is fucking nuts.
You are saying bullshit. What are you saying? I myself, I'm Shia. What is this? Who is Ayatollah?
Ayatollah Khomeini.
So what is his relevance with Shia?
Okay, so he's not your imam.
No, he's not my imam now.
Oh, well, he's not the imam now because he's dead, but he's the imam of Iran or the Ayatollah, whatever the.
No,
you guys would follow.
In Iran, if somebody is a Shia, he can follow whoever he wants. For example, in Iran, many people follow Ayatollah Sistani.
So why would he say go marry a 1-year-old?
What?
Why would he say it's okay to marry a 1-year-old girl?
Who said that?
I just told you.
True. Is that some bullshit? What's related to it?
You are disconnecting irrelevant things and attributing irrelevant things to irrelevant people.
I'm just saying that you guys are far out there, man. You guys are the issue. Iran is the issue. You guys are so.
Okay, I understood what you are trying to do. You are trying to say bullshit here.
No, it's not bullshit, brother. It's not bullshit.
But you already said that I am a Shia. Then why do you lie?
You're a Shia. Are you a Shia?
Let's be honest. This is a troll. It's trolling.
Okay, all right. Well, so are you a Shia? Are you a Shia? Are you a Shia?
It's none of your business, fuck off.
Exactly. So you just said you were a Shia. So if you're okay, all right. So if you're a Shia, you know that you're against the Ahl Sunnah. You're
not against the Ahl Sunnah.
Yes, you are. You guys, yes. You guys curse the Prophet's wife, Aisha. You curse.
It's actually haram.
Yeah, obviously it's haram, but they do that.
Aisha is
actually the Quran made the fatwa, issued fatwa, made it haram for the followers to curse any Islam. So what else do you have in your arsenal?
Okay, so my point is that why this regime, why would the belief or whatever give arms to the other to the other, let's say to Ahl Sunnah? Why would you do that?
What do you mean Ahl Sunnah? Elaborate.
So you okay? We So you're saying Iran does not give weapons?
It does.
Thank you. So who do you think Hamas represents?
The Palestinians in Gaza.
No. What religion?
Ahl Sunnah.
Thank you. And what's Iran?
Muslims. Al-Shia.
No, Ahlul Bayt.
Marriage of convenience. No, it's not about Sunni Shia BS. It's about the fact that also Hezbollah is Shia. So what? So they support. It's not about Sunni Shia. I mean, it's got nothing to do with all of these sects. Obviously Hamas and Hezbollah, they come from two different schools of thought of Islam, but they have the same enemy, which is Israel. So yeah, you have to see that through the geopolitics.
It's so-called Israel.
Yeah. Well, so-called Israel, we can say is honest regime. I mean, because it's obviously
Zionist apartheid regime. You're just
oh yes.
Or is that Amir says that? I can't remember.
Yeah, it is. Well, look. Let's put it this way: Indonesia does not recognize Israel. Malaysia does not recognize. So what do you have to do? I mean, if you're from Malaysia,
Pakistan too. Don't forget
Pakistan. Also recognize it as apartheid.
Saudi Arabia as well. I mean, Saudi Arabia. If you're from Saudi Arabia, what do you have to call that entity which your country does not recognize? You tell me. I mean, I don't know. If
if you're from Malaysia.
Sorry, I am sorry, guys. I had a phone call. Back to what I was saying. So why? Okay, it's all the same shit all over again. It's causing fitna. Fitna is causing basically fitna means like trouble.
Okay, so fitna for people who are from Brooklyn. Fitna means division.
Yeah.
Because you're not from the region.
So
how you know what?
So the Shias are known. So the Shias are known for fitna.
Fitna means divisions, Yaakov.
Yes. So Shias are known to cause fitna. Okay.
Well, I don't accept that bullshit. Okay. There's no divisions. So
no, it's not.
Yeah, I understand. From your Zionist perspective, there should be divisions.
I'm not a Zionist. I'm not a Zionist.
There's no divisions among Ahlul Bayt or Ahlul Sunnah. It's all the same.
Yes, there is.
Well,
how are you gonna tell? How are you gonna tell? So you're gonna say that the Ahlul Bayt, the Shias, is the one that is the correct Islam?
No, not at all. None of them are correct. The correct only Allah knows.
Yeah, how about those?
Or in other words, both of them are correct.
So these divisions, fitna is done by Israelis, so they're trying to make divisions, and that's what they did, by the way.
That's no. That's nothing. We divided a long time before Israel even began.
Okay, hold your horses. I mean, even in Palestine, amongst the Fatah movement and the what's it called, the Hamas, the two groups that represent the Palestinians, obviously the Bibi Netanyahu, fugitive Bibi Netanyahu, which is obviously wanted for war crime. The same piece of shit, he actually managed to create divisions about this group. He said it publicly by providing me basically almost $2 billion to Hamas because he wanted to create these divisions amongst the Fatah and Hamas, so that there's a division, there's an issue between two groups, so you can go ahead with his satanic greater Israel plan.
Wait, so you're saying Hamas is in two groups?
No, Hamas and Fatah, the other one. The Abu Mazen's part. So that's what it is. The whole idea is about the greater Israel plan, the satanic plan that they're trying to extract the whole Middle East. The only obstacle that they have, believe it or not, is not actually Islamic Republic of Iran. It's the American military bases in the region. I'm trying to get rid of it. I know it sounds a little bit conspiracy, but
so let's say that's true. And okay, why is it you can figure it out, but the Hamas and the PLO cannot figure that out and accept weapons from Iran?
No, they accept money from Israel to start with, because all of this money being funneled from Qatar, the money was actually given by Netanyahu to Qatar, and the Qataris were smart enough and asked for a receipt. You know what? Okay. Because they wanted to deny, the Zionists are no liars, so he was definitely lying.
But I'm not talking about that.
The Qatari government asked for the receipt, so the BBC Netanyahu give the money to Qatari's government, got the receipt, and the Qataris paid me to the Hamas. So the money came from the Israel. So
but my point is that why do you think, since you figured it out, right? That's what you're saying. Why would then you go buy weapons from Iran?
They didn't buy the weapons from Iran.
But really?
No one's selling it. So
we just give it to them for free.
Oh yeah. So why would you even accept it?
Who's gonna accept it? The Hamas.
Yeah. Why would they? Why do you think that's an Islamic, or you say halal?
It's got nothing to do with Islamic religions. People are I can tell you why. Because if you're under occupation, you don't care. Even if the aim is gonna give you the weapons to stand up, you want to steal. Simple as that.
So the person who curses your prophet's life doesn't matter. Wow.
Listen, whoever, even the Zionists, you're under occupation.
I said curses the prophet's wife.
You can do whatever you want to feel like doing it, but when you're under occupation.
Let's first solve the first problem. He says that the Shia are cursing the prophet's wife.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, 100% that's true.
That's not true. I'm a Shia.
Yeah, so and I was actually, and I know all you guys fucking curse the prophet's wife. You do this. So why would I, if I'm a Sunni Muslim, why the hell would I accept anything? Why do we even talk to you?
Doesn't matter. I mean,
exactly. It doesn't matter.
Now, hang on. There are some good Jews and there are some satanic Jews, and we call them Zionists. So it's in every single community you have bad apples. Come on, the Shias do. I mean, if they do that, we condemn them.
So you can come. You
100%.
You condemn. You condemn. Do you condemn Hamas?
Do I condemn Hamas?
Yes.
What's it got to do with like now you're gonna talk about something else?
No. Do you condemn them?
Do you condemn Zionist regime?
Yes. Do you condemn Hamas?
What? Why do you condemn Zionist regime for? What crimes they have committed?
Because according to you, they want to spread
according to me. What's according to you?
To your conspiracy.
No,
you're saying
no,
that they want the greater Israel.
Israel.
Right? That's what you're saying.
That's the only democracy in the Middle East. Why do you condemn
just
Israel?
Calm down. You just said that's
forget
their.
about what I said. I'm
not gonna forget about it.
Well, you're gonna forget about it.
No, I'm not, because you're saying that's what they want to do. So that being said, why? Did I say I support? I understand. No, I understand. I understand. I said I understand. If you heard what I said earlier to Robotnik, and when I talked to Fatima Robotnik, I said you guys can do it a different way.
Why do you support this satanic regime?
I'm not supporting.
So
I understand.
Satanic regime?
No, I am not.
So
my government is America. Yes, it is.
Forget about the government. By the way, the majority of Americans are not silent when this Zionist regime. I mean, that's what the poll says. So
listen. You see, you're putting words in my mouth. I'm not supporting the satanic regime. I am not. Okay.
Are you against the satanic regime? So what's your position?
I understand. Listen, if you were here earlier in the conversation, I even talked to Fatima, and like I said, I don't agree with them bombing kids, yeah. And they went back in. I went back and forth with them, and they were telling me, well, you don't know. We tried to escort them and this and that. And, they have the Hamas even shooting from the refugee camps, and I was like, well, you should be doing a piss poor job. Basically securing the area, making sure. And they're like, no, they're digging. They're like rats. They like cockroaches. They go underneath. They dig and they dig underneath the refugee camps and shooting from there. So I understand. I am a reasonable person. A reasonable person understands things happen. So if things happen, what can you do? What can you do in that situation? So I said to them, I said, well, you're doing a piss poor job. You should be making sure that you are basically securing the area nonstop, or keep on moving the refugee camp so basically you don't shoot the innocent people, because kids are dying. Yeah, kids are dying. It's a lot of work. Yeah, I understand.
But you understand
Israel's tired. Israel's tired of it.
Yeah,
Israel's tired of it.
But you understand the argument is that when children are gonna grow up and they're gonna come out, so it's better to kill them. That's what the Zionist narrative is.
Okay. That's not all Israelis. Just to let you know, not all Israelis are like
far right.
You have to understand.
Which are
don't let your hate trust me.
No, it's not my hate. I look at the fact. I mean, when I see Smotrich, when I see Ben Gvir, they are not like random people on Clubhouse.
Okay.
They are people actually. They're not random people. They're actually people who are actually running the show in this satanic regime, and that's what they're calling for. And I don't understand.
No, brother. I've seen. Okay.
You believe in Satan, do you?
Do I believe in Satan? Yes, I do. I do. Satans do exist. And you can see the manifestation of Satans in this regime called Israel.
Okay.
God is a representative of that great Satan, yes.
All right. Okay, I've got a question for you. For somebody who lives in Israel, who's not a Zionist, but they just love Israel, the country, is that okay with you?
100%. If they love Israel, Palestine, if they want to coexist with other people, they want to stay there, they should stay there. But we are against the apartheid system. South Africa.
Apartheid system in which country?
In occupied Palestine, which is called Israeli regime. Obviously, it's
Occupied Palestine. What does that mean? Where does it start and where does it end?
So all the way from Gaza to the West Bank. All of them are occupied.
Okay. What about North and South?
Same, all occupied. Because at the moment,
can you give me? Because I've got some paper here and I'm going to write it down.
I'm going to research it.
From river to the sea.
Yes. Okay. So from Gaza to Jordan.
Yes, Jordan.
Okay. Okay.
They
So
straight
this
into the Jordan River. All market.
Okay. And what about north?
Yeah.
To the Lebanon. To the Lebanese border.
Not to the yes, exactly. But does not mean that the Jews need to leave. They need to stay. But the system that runs the people in this occupied land needs to change. It needs to be inclusive. Meaning that if you're from Gaza, there shouldn't be any difference from if you live in so-called Tel Aviv. It should be the same law applied, the same passport, everything should be the same. Call it whatever name you want to call it. But there should be one country. That Jews and Muslims and atheists and the Christians and the Druses and agnostics and the homosexuals and the atheists and asexual, heterosexual, all live under the same law. You should not have two different laws. I mean, is it too much to ask in 2020?
Yeah. Do you believe Israel exists as a sovereign state?
No, I don't. Not as a Jewish state. No, I don't accept.
Okay. Do you believe that Saudi Arabia exists as a Muslim state?
Well, no, it's not a Muslim state. Saudi Arabia is a family cult.
Is it possible for Saudi Arabia to become non-Muslim majority?
To me, they're not Muslim. Not Makkah, Medina, but the rest can be. Makkah, Medina, it can be Muslim.
Saudi Arabia, is it possible? Is it possible for Saudi Arabia to become majority non-Muslim?
But I don't like to have it two laws. I mean, I don't like to have it one law for the Jews and one law. I like to have Jews to stay.
What is the criteria?
One law.
What is the criteria? What's the criteria for somebody to be a citizen of Saudi Arabia?
You need to be born there, obviously.
Yeah, can you be an atheist?
Can you be an atheist in Saudi Arabia?
Can you be a Jewish person in Saudi Arabia?
In Saudi Arabia, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. We're not talking about Saudi Arabia.
Can you be a Christian?
There's no occupation in Saudi Arabia. There's no disputed territory in Saudi Arabia. Do I agree with Saudi Arabian government? 100% no.
Are Jews allowed to go into Mecca?
There's a massive human rights violations going on on a daily basis in Saudi Arabia.
Are Jews allowed to go into Mecca by law?
No Muslims, not Muslims are not allowed to get into Makkah and Medina. No.
Okay.
Not Muslims.
Can Jewish people and Christians pray in public in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I hope they can, but they obviously they don't allow it. That's wrong.
Okay. Are there churches and synagogues in Saudi Arabia?
It's non-existent. That's why they don't agree with the Saudi Arabian governments. But Saudi Arabia is not a benchmark here. I can give you a better benchmark. In other Muslim countries, it's a benchmark. You can come up with Malaysia. You can come up with even in Iran.
Oh, please, that would be wonderful. You'd be doing my work. Go ahead.
Okay, in Iran, there are 13 active synagogues, for your information. There are Catholic churches, there are Orthodox churches, there are Zoroastrian temples.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Oh, well, you can look it up. And there's a permanent member of parliament has to be coming from the Jewish faiths, also the Christian faiths. There are Jewish hospitals, there are Jewish butcher shop, which is a kosher shop. It does exist.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I don't need to look it up. I'm aware of it.
You look it up. And I know it doesn't come up with your fields. But the reality is that the Jews can stay in that land. But if you have two different laws, meaning that if you're Jew somehow you are treated different than someone who happens to be Christian, I don't agree with that. And I believe that Israel as a Jewish state, I don't agree with that. And also with that, I don't agree with any country with Islamic state. I don't agree with Islamic state. I don't agree with the Christian state. I'm not a democratic state. Everyone has the equal right, regardless of what background they come from. And I don't think it's too much to ask in 2026.
Okay. Do Palestinians in Lebanon, are they treated very well?
No, they haven't actually. Not at all.
Do they have equal rights?
No, they don't have equal rights in Kuwait and Lebanon.
Why?
Because of the discrimination, systematic discrimination that happens on all of this country.
Should we take to the streets and protest the Palestinian treatment in Lebanon?
Well, the level of discrimination that happened among the Palestinians in Lebanon is not comparable with the way that they've been through in West Bank and Gaza. But surely, yes.
Even if it is not comparable, should we take to the streets about the treatment of Palestinians in Lebanon?
100%. We should also call for.
Can we have a room together about it with the
Absolutely. Not only we can have a room, we can also ask the supporter of the situation that make the living impossible for the people of Lebanon, regardless of the Druzi, Shia, Palestinian, Lebanese. The situation in Lebanon is not great at the moment, and that's because of the Israeli aggression.
Yeah, is it true that even children who were born in Lebanon, even children born today with Palestinian heritage, they don't get the citizenship,
Absolutely.
they don't get the passports.
You got to understand one thing. In the United States last week, there was this thing about President Trump that was literally saying if you're born in the United States, you don't get the citizenship straight away. So this is a citizenship law that you're talking about. Some country, they go with, if you're born in that country, they're not going to grant you citizenship. So that's a citizenship law. So there's not automatic, it's not a human right that if you're born in a place that doesn't get citizenship.
My mother my grandmother was from Poland, okay? I can get a far easier route to citizenship of Poland than somebody without Polish parents or grandparents. What do you think about that?
You know, I don't have any, again, it's a citizenship law. Depends on
right. In the United States of America here, was you aware that there's something in the Constitution which shows that somebody who's not born in the country or does not have American parentage, they're not allowed to get a position of some jobs. For example, the President of the United States. What do you think about that?
Well, that's considering, again, that's the law of the land, but respect.
Okay, what about the law of the land of Israel? Do we respect that?
I don't accept the way, again, I accept Israel, I accept America as a state. There's no disputed territory as for my maybe the Mexican, the California, but the Israel is a disputed land. It's not a.
Do you believe?
Okay, you said Israel. What are the borders?
Do you believe?
You said the United States. They have a designated border. That's Mexico. That's Canada. That's the United States. We know where the borders are. Tell me about this country called Israel. Where are the borders? The borders. Literally every single day, the borders change. If you asked me this question like 2 years ago, the border was not inclusive the Golan Heights, which is a part of the Syrian territory. But now,
that's just always been part of the United States of America and Hawaii. Okay. Now, I've got a question. I've got a question for you.
I mean, you said Israel. Where are the borders?
I've got a question for you. You said that you accept the United States of America exists as a country, right? Are you one of these people that accepts that the United States of America is complicit in genocide that Israel's supposed to have done?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Right. So, but you still respect the USA as a country?
Yeah, because I believe that they can change. There's a democracy in the United States. They can change. They can change the course. You can have a better politicians and change the course, and that's what's happening right now in the United States. There is a hope because the United States, you can change the politicians through the elections. There's a process.
What do you think about Israel, where Jews are by law they have to serve in the IDF, but Palestinian, Muslim, Arab Israelis don't have to? Do you think that's discriminatory? Favors one
Are you
or the
talking
other?
about the Arab Israelis? Like the one that they've got? You're talking about the 2 million Palestinians who live under they have Israeli citizenship.
Yes. What do you think about?
Well, that's their law. There's not discrimination. They want them not to be active in IDF so that in case there's a war in West Bank or Lebanon, because obviously they are Arabs, they sympathize and they don't want them to serve army. With the same token, they didn't want to serve the Haredis, which are the Orthodox Jews. They didn't want them. Well, look, this is something about them. And
What about Captain Ella? She's a captain. She's an Arab Israeli.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's volunteer. There's so many Druzis that serve IDF, but again, that's up to them. I mean, it's whatever they want to rule their apartheid system is amongst them. I don't care about whether they want to include the Arabs or non-Arabs. There are so many Druzis serving IDF too. But again, it does not mean anything. Even if there was mandatory for Arab Palestinians to serve the Israelis, it would be the same thing. Were we against the IDF? We don't against because they are Jews, because they are oppressive, because they're occupied. There are so many Druses there. There are so many non-Druses. So we against that. The whole.
Okay. Can you provide me some information to me and everybody who's listening? Provide me something, which shows that Israel is occupying. And I'm not speaking about Judea and Samaria or the Gaza Strip. I'm speaking about other areas sandwiched in between them. I want you to provide me something. The United Nations shows that Israel is a sovereign state. Okay, and a sovereign state cannot occupy itself.
A sovereign state have a border, have a designated border. Did you know that the border?
Okay, so you're going up and okay, so Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, or Gaza. So would you say that they're under authority by Israel, Israeli government and military?
Which section of that? There are 3 sections. Some of them are in totality because obviously everything controlled. They don't have any border. I mean, they have a border, but they don't have any control.
Area BC.
Yeah, BC, exactly. So
okay, so because they're under control by Israel, a foreign government, you don't accept that that's a sovereign state, then, right?
No, because the sovereign state have a border. That's not
by what definition?
What
you make it? Yes, so also Turkey. So also Turkey is not. So also Russia is not. So also Greece is not. So
yeah, but you understand that this is expansion movement. But when you don't have a border, it means that you want to expand.
No, we have a border. We have a border and we have sovereignty. There is no. But so when you're just making up definitions in order to. But so when it colonized belongs to Israel.
Okay, what about 10 years ago? Was it belong to Israel? What about 20 years ago?
Doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. It changed.
What about Alaska? Hawaii?
But that is fine. Sovereignty is about making your own decisions and being able to defend those decisions. It has nothing to do with borders and define or define. You're just making a standard that will only apply to Israel. Unfortunately for you, it does not apply only to Israel. There are many countries that don't have defined borders or disputed.
Okay.
We have control over the entire land of Israel and on Judea and Samaria.
Okay.
We have sovereignty there.
Which we call it West Bank. Does it belong to the Israeli regime?
I don't know what is the Israeli regime. What do you mean by Israeli regime?
So the same government that you guys are part of it. I mean,
none of the land belongs to the government.
Okay, but I mean,
government is one of the bodies that one of 3 bodies that is governing Israel.
So why do you have the illegal settlements in the West Bank? Why do you keep having?
You're calling them illegal. I don't think they're illegal.
United Nations.
It doesn't matter. It's their own thing.
What about United States?
That is fine.
What about United States? United States.
I tell you what. Hold on. I will ask you what makes them illegal.
The position of United States is clear for me.
Yeah, but then again, you're missing the point of sovereignty. Sovereignty means that we decide for ourselves.
That's illegal as the United States.
I understand. My question was what law are they violating?
What law? No one. Just the position of the United States is law for me.
So your opinion. Okay, so I have a different opinion.
Okay, so that's the opinion of the United States and European Union.
And I don't know what you're talking about United States. Hold on, what do you mean United States? Who in the United States? United States are like 300 and something million people.
Under Trump, I can give you an example that on Trump says illegal settlements.
Trump calls which one? No, listen, I tell you what the difference, okay? There are settlements that are illegal. It doesn't mean that all settlements are illegal. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, when we hold on, let me help you. When we say,
I'm not talking about houses. I'm talking about Smotrich literally spending millions of shekels to go ahead with that illegal settlement. I'm not talking about a couple of Jews that
hold on. So 1 second. So you keep on saying illegal. And I'm trying to tell you that also this word illegal has different contexts. When we say illegal, it means that you didn't get authority, what you call an outpost, meaning that you went and you just built something, and that would be true even if it's in the middle of Israel. If you just build something with no permits, it's illegal. Do you mean without a permit? No. You basically mean that a Jew living in Judea is illegal, and I reject the concept that someone's illegality because of his ethnicity in a place. Because if an Arab can do an outpost in Judea and Samaria, and you will call it legal, but a Jew doing an outpost in Judea is illegal, I think it's racist, it's anti-Semitic, it's bigoted. It's not true. Like, you understand, right? Your claim is any Jew in Judea is not legal. Show me the law that says the Jews in Judea are not allowed. Thank you.
Apparently, Daniel, understand that you're obviously in. I mean, I'm pretty sure your audience probably is going to. I mean, that's why we have the Democratic senator.
So correct me. Tell me which law. So tell me, if I am a Jew and I go to Judea and I want to live there, can you tell me what law?
I don't know.
No, West Bank. No, so I'll tell you what.
I don't know.
No, West Bank. Listen, you cannot claim to talk about illegality, but then use a name which is the West Bank, which is a name. Let me finish because it's important. It's important because I'm here to expose hypocrisy. You are now preaching about abiding by the law. Now, West Bank is a name given by an illegal occupier that illegally conquered the land illegally and then renamed it to connection to the land. And also, they did it recently. Hold on one second, let me go. That's so much.
So for those people in the audience that are interested about this topic, I put a link in the chat about the Zionist regime, finance minister Smotrich. The Smotrich, which is the finance minister of the Zionist regime, he literally want to spend money in this illegal settlement. So if you look at this article, yeah, I mean that's why the Zionists now trying to talk over me, so that you guys don't hear me. So whoever is interested about this topic, that's what when there's what we try to expose them. Filibustering is a typical tactic used by the pro-Zionists, online and offline. So you got to be careful of the way that they use tactics. It's called filibustering tactics. So they're trying to get you guys read about this topic. So by the way, it's not about the West Bank, ladies and gentlemen. It's about the United States.
What he's talking about. He never knows what he's talking about. Thank you for throwing him down. He's such a waste of space, that guy. Anyway,
One second. See, everybody should get a chance to speak. I'm sorry, Solo. You are not giving the other person a chance to speak. You're just, talking all over other people. Yes, you can talk, not a problem, but let others also speak.
Yeah, others I was speaking, and then this animal next to me was talking over me, and he was just talking shit. He was just saying hello this, hello that, because he didn't want me to talk. He was talking about the finance minister of Israel, who's actually going ahead with illegal.
Usually calls us other line.
Okay, not animal.
That's the thing. Okay. I'm Israel fan. Glory to Israel.
You can be whatever you want to be, but I am literally exposing your lie.
Whatever I want to be. So thank you
I
very much for
exposed your
telling
lie.
me.
The Israeli minister announced plan for illegal settlement. In God's question, what did you say? How do you want to do Hasbara to justify this illegal act?
Where they can live in their own homeland. There's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing illegal.
Gaza is not a homeland. This is illegal. You don't mention. That's why you are the most hated people in the world. Because you are people. Because you want to steal other people's land. It's a crap.
They can't do anything about it because
Just relax. This is not how we're going to talk to. This is not how we're going to talk to our fellow brothers in the Abrahamic religion, right?
They're not atheists. Like the guy next to me, Daniel, he's a homosexual.
Why is this guy saying?
They're not your brother. They're not
What did he stealing me?
They're atheists. They don't believe in God.
want anything.
So what? You were supporting me across terrorists and you were saying that he made this and everybody should be able to live together. Now you are like pushing that.
To get back to the point, and the point is that the Palestinians have poor leadership. This is the issue. Hamas
Very bad leadership. Terrible.
Okay, they need the Hamas needs to be gone, or they need to be educated. I for one say that we need a better, icon, someone like I keep on saying it. I believe like one of these beautiful Muslim sheikhs, scholars. I think he's a scholar actually. Mufti Mink. I wish Mufti Mink. I always say Mufti Mink should be like.
He sounds Jewish. Mufti Mink. He sounds.
No, he's Egyptian and he lives in Zimbabwe. And
oh my God.
Yeah, he's a beautiful person. He's very like his heart is white as the sky. Like I love the guy. But the thing is that they will never accept him because he's not what they believe. What
so hold on. So you said a Mufti Sheikh whose name is Mink, who lives in Zimbabwe, who's got a very white heart. My God, he sounds like a Moshiach. He sounds like Messiah. This one.
Yeah, but
we seem to believe it. I mean,
the problem is they would never choose him. They would never choose him because their way of thinking is obviously corrupted, and that's not Islam. And so that's not Islam. You know that if our prophet was alive today, he would curse them. They say, what the hell?
Do you understand that this animal that told me to eventually curse Prophet Muhammad, the guy was talking about, you understand
I never did.
people you're talking here? Maybe you don't curse Prophet Muhammad. They curse your prophet. What are you talking about?
I've never cursed Prophet Muhammad.
You did many offenses.
Alright, calm down. I will curse them. Fuck Prophet Muhammad. He's a fucking filthy pedophile who married the fucking 6-year-old, had sex with her at 9, and he fucking said women are a bad omen, women are like dogs. If you want, I can get the hadiths. I have them saved on my phone. It are Sunni hadiths. These are not Shia hadiths. So fuck your filthy ass Prophet Muhammad and fuck your filthy ass religion. Whatever sect it came out from, whatever sects come out from it, they're all fucking saved. They're all fucking disgusting sects. It's a disgusting religion. And fucking Prophet. How can you fucking defend a fucking pedophilic prophet? How can you live with yourself knowing that your prophet marries a 6-year-old girl and fucking has... No, don't explain to me she was 19 years old and don't talk to me about her sister bullshit. I have her nose that crap. Alright, give me a second.
Unlike Kumalo, which is dishonest, he doesn't say that. Fatima is honest. Like she said what she believes. She's honest. But this Kumalo, he says exactly the same thing.
I got this.
But you understand that? Fatima is honest. She's honest.
I got this.
She doesn't lie. But this Kumalo is Munafir. You know Munafir? He's Munafir. Like he says something, act differently. So you gotta understand.
Sorry, I got my last. Fatima, sister, first of all, it doesn't say he married a 6-year-old in Quran. That's number one. Well, you guys are hadiths, alright? And guess what? I have a hadith that can prove otherwise that she wasn't actually 6, that she was actually 17. So you can go back and forth and whatever you want to believe. Yes, there's Muslims that believe that they're okay with that, which I disagree. I believe that the Prophet married Aisha at the age of 17 or 18 actually. At the first Hijrah, year 622 AD. So, and I have proof of this, okay? I have my proof. And it's my subjective opinion to believe that he, married her at that time. But is it fact? We don't know. Neither do you. Because this is all hadith. It is not in the Quran. So, you need to understand that, and you need to stop cursing our prophet. You need to stop acting like the Palestinians. This is the problem. If you educate the Palestinians and tell them, hey, your prophet didn't have
Alright, look at my profile picture and tell me she's 19 years old. Tell me she's 19 years old.
Okay.
This is a hadith. First of all, no, let me prove you. Shut up. You need your hadiths to know how to do your fucking Islamic rituals. So you cannot tell me, oh, this hadith is true, this hadith is not true. You do need all your hadiths to know how to follow Islam. And look at my profile picture. This literally says she was 6 years old when he fucking married her, and she was fucking 9 years old when he had fucking sex with her. And you cannot deny that hadith. You need your fucking hadiths to have your fucking religion. Your fucking hadiths tell you how to do prayer, how to do Ramadan, how to do Eid. They tell you all to do all of those things. So you are not gonna tell me now, oh no, I'm gonna deny that hadith. Fuck that bullshit. This is the hadith that literally tells you she's 6 years old when he decided to fucking marry her. And you know why he decided to marry her? Because he dreamed of her. He dreamed of her one time. And then he said, if God shows me a second time, if God shows me a second time her in my dream, then God tells me to marry her. So then he fantasized again about Aisha a second time because he's a pedophile, right? So he says that's the second dream that God gave him that tells him to marry her. And based on that, he married the little girl. And you can see the hadith in my profile picture. 6 years old and 9 years old. Literally written in your fucking language. I don't know if you're Egyptian, so it's not your original Arabic, but it's literally written there. So go ahead, read it.
Okay.
Literally.
Okay, Daniel. So literally the position of United Kingdom also is put in.
What is this idiot talking about now again? What is he?
There's a settlements in West Bank which are actually flagrant violations of international law.
Violation is not illegal.
That's what the United Kingdom position.
We don't give a fuck about the United Kingdom.
I understand you don't give a fuck about the other people. Understand that. I mean, the fact is already established. You don't care about any other.
You can be anybody you want, but you're not going to tell us how to live in our own country. Don't tell us. We don't want to know.
So this guy. We force you. We don't tell you. So you don't understand. You don't understand that. Daniel, you gotta understand that you gotta Hasbara. I mean, you gotta understand your Hasbara is not working anymore. The Hasbara, which is the talking point of the Zionist regime, is not working. We are here on a daily basis to expose the best understand. We are here to expose the lie on a daily basis. By the way, unlike you guys, we get paid. We're doing it voluntarily. No one pays us, but they pay you.
How much are you getting paid? How much are you paid?
No one pays us, but they pay you to do fucking.
How much?
Well, I don't know how much you think. You tell us. You tell
how much?
How much you think?
5,000, 7,000.
I don't know. I don't think it was 5,000. It was less than that.
Oh my God. What do you think we get paid? How much do you think all of us get paid?
So this is what it is, guys. This is the
at the end of the day,
mouthpiece of the fascist apartheid regime of Israel. This brutal colonial, settlement colonial project comes out of the Middle East, caused only pain and suffering for the people. And we want that to end, exactly like South Africa. Apartheid system does not mean that we are against the Jews. Does not mean we are against the Muslim. We just don't want that apartheid system in our beloved Middle East. That's all we want. We don't want to have two laws. We don't want to have apartheid system in South Africa, and we don't want to have the same law that applies in the Middle East. We believe we are better than them. We don't want that. We don't want Islamic. We don't want Jewish. We don't want Christian. We want to have a democratic Middle East, run by elections by all across the world. That's what
we don't interested in the
we want democracy. We don't want apartheid.
Yes,
we don't want democracy, not apartheid. That's what we want. We don't want ethnic supremacy. We don't want you to be treated just because you are related to a certain cult. We don't like that. No, that's a mockery of democracy. That's what's happening so called. That's not democracy. That's a mockery of democracy. You don't have a democracy. That's honor among the thieves. That's what it is. Not a.
I would like to speak to Fatima and tell her how I came to the conclusion.
There is nothing to talk about. The little issue you don't have these, so shut the fuck up and that's it. What do you want to talk about? I fucking showed you the hadith.
I know, sister, you have that hadith, but I also have another.
Alright, I have it, so what?
Okay, but
you gonna pick and choose? You gonna pick and choose from your fucking hadith? That's not how it works, buddy.
Sister, I'm having a conversation with you. I don't know why you're excited.
You know why I'm mad?
I never disrespected
you know why this? No, wait. I'm gonna let you talk. Let me finish first, and then I'll let you speak.
Sure.
You know why this gets me mad? Because this hadith makes fucking children in pain. It makes fucking children suffer. This fucking hadith makes fucking children suffer. Little girls are getting married at underage.
I agree with you.
In underage. And you think that's okay? And
No,
you
it's
think
not.
you think an other hadith is gonna save that hadith? I mean, no, yes, no. So you agree? Your fucking religion is a fucked up religion.
I agree too.
End of story.
No, it's not end of story, sister. You have
It
to
is end of
understand.
story.
No, sister, you have to understand. There's some hadiths that are not. They're not true, and they're not. So they put everything in there, like whatever. Honestly, for me, okay, I believe the people who wrote the hadiths were fucking idiots. Okay, so some of them are true, some of them are not. So for instance, the way I subjectively picked, my hadith is if it's morally inclined with my nature, my fitra. Okay, I don't know if you understand my Arabic when I say fitra, right? So the thing is this. My proof is this. Asma, which is the sister of Aisha.
Oh my god, I knew you were gonna talk about her sister. Please stop. I know it. You're gonna say I've heard this 1,000 times, so please
Okay,
don't.
so but sister, maybe other people.
No, it
but
doesn't
sister,
make sense. It doesn't make sense. Her sister was this age when she married him, so she was that age when
Sister,
she
why you
was
want to
that
let me
age.
talk?
I know about this.
I know, but
just
maybe other
told you
people
that you were gonna
no.
say this.
Maybe okay.
No, I just told you that you were gonna talk about her sister, right? And now you're gonna do it. So I don't want to listen to it.
Sister, there's other people.
Age of somebody, or the sister, and this one, and that one. Who cares? I'm not caring anymore to talk about the age of what they were when they got married. So who gives a fuck? Let's move on. Okay? Let's move on. This was a past time. Who cares anymore? Just move on. Let's talk about what we want to talk about.
Listen, I understand where you're coming from, and I was upset with that. I almost left Islam because of that. And I came to terms with the fact that I know now that she wasn't. Okay? And that's why
that's good. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Who cares? It was how many years ago? Who gives a fuck?
Okay. Well, so back to the point, as long as we get the right leadership for the Palestinian people and re-educate them to put them back into society, because they don't live in fucking society, right? Their minds are not right now at war, same as you guys. So it needs someone has to like literally jump in and say, hey, this is not working out.
Yeah, when you get rid of Hamas, then you can get your leadership finished. End of story.
Well, yeah, I wish, but it's not happening that way.
It's happening day by day, every day it's happening. Don't worry. It's happening day by day, moment by moment. It's happening.
Yeah, okay, it's happening, but at what cost?
What do you mean at what cost? We're getting rid of every single one of them, one by one. That's the way it should go. As long as it.
Alright, do you know that they most of, and you know this, a lot of these Hamas movements, whatever they're coming in, they're all coming in by force. Some of them are being dragged into this.
One by one. We will get them one by one.
So there's so you honestly believe that some of these people are so you don't believe that none of them are innocent?
No, none of them are innocent. None of them are innocent.
So you don't believe that Hamas is forcing their citizens to join?
They want to force their citizens to join, that's up to them. That's their leadership. We're going to get the leadership. Don't worry about it. We're going to get it. Yeah, wow. Exactly. Yeah, wow. You see what they did to us on the 7th of October? That was wow, too.
Yes, and I condemned it. Yeah. As a Muslim, I condemned it, and I condemned it
50 million times. Let me tell you something. We condemn things by action. We don't condemn things by saying we condemn them. Fuck that. We will do what we need to do.
Don't you see
that it doesn't.
The only ones that are pro Hamas are the Iranians and the Libyans.
We will get them too. Don't worry. We will get them too. Anybody who wants to hit us and try and kill us, goodbye. We're not interested. We don't want to know. Finished. Khalas. That's the way it's gonna work.
But that mindset is not gonna help.
We don't give a fuck. We've had enough giving a fuck.
You're a human being. You are a human being. You have a heart.
Thank you very much. I know what I am. Thank you very much. But my people and me, we come first. If somebody wants to take me away from this earth, good luck to them. Good luck.
So you don't care about babies?
I didn't say anything.
I would like to talk. Once again, buddy. Once again, I would like to talk to truth. See, this is not nothing about babies. Truth, you should understand something. That we can't save these people. These people have already decided that they will sacrifice themselves and they will sacrifice their children. It is written in your own Quran that you should sacrifice your fight in the way of Allah, sacrifice your wealth and your lives for Allah. What can we do about it? It is your decision. It is your... See, this is not a Palestinian problem. This is an Islam problem. Because Islam hates all others. And it is clearly written in chapter 9, verse 29. And every day you curse the Jews and Christians. You recite Al-Fatiha, isn't it? In the last line, you know that you curse the Jews and Christians. Chapter 98, verse 6, the disbelievers are the worst of all creatures. What kind of God would say that his creation is the worst of all creatures? So this is not limited to... Once again, buddy, once again. This is not limited, this conflict is not limited to just Palestine and Israel. I am seeing this all over the world, from America, trying to take over America, to Europe, to Asia, to even Japan. They're having a conflict over there in Japan. They're burning down, the Shinto temples and the Buddhist temples. They are constructing illegal mosques. They are praying on the roof. They are marching into restaurant and praying there. So, and it's a very the Muslims are condemned to defend the problems in Islam. It's so unfortunate to see that. So unfortunate. We can't really see when October 7th happened. I've seen people asking, "Oh, Israel is responsible for the security of Israelis. It is because of the security lapse that October 7th happened." So why Hamas is not able to provide the security that Israel provides for its citizens? See, Yahya Sinwar himself told that this is a necessary sacrifice. What did he say? The killing of children and women is necessary sacrifice so that the world will take notice, and this is it's kind of a shitty strategy that you are using. And this is not just limited to Israel and Palestine. I'm seeing this all over the world.
You know that when Sinwar planned this attack, he thought that Israel, one of the possibilities that Israel would respond with a nuclear bomb on Gaza. That is in his notes. And he actually, despite that, he went ahead and he did this. Now the Palestinians as an identity, the sole purpose of this identity of Palestinians is to fight the Jews. The Palestinians are a weapon. It's not an ethnic group, it's not a racial group, it's not a religious group. They are used as a weapon against Israel. This is why their misery is the weapon against Israel. No one in the Islamic world has any interest to help them. On the other, like completely the opposite. The more they suffer, the better for the Islam world against Israel. And this is the sad thing about it.
Truth, can you tell me where is the humanity if there is not one Islamic land that wants to help the Palestinians? Tell me, where is humanity? Come. I want to know, because I'm looking for it for 3 years. I've been looking for humanity, and it's freaking nowhere. It's on flotillas.
I said this before, and I think you weren't here when I spoke about the Palestinians, because you just came in the room. I understand the Israeli position. It's a really hard position. I understand that. But my point is that if you guys just reason with them, educate them, because they have so much hate. You know what I'm saying? They have so much hate towards you.
No, but this is
Israeli government.
No, it's not about the government. No, it has nothing to do with the government. Palestinians were created, and by the way, it's not my perspective, it's the Palestinian perspective, as a tactical tool against the Zionist entity. This is why 80 years later, they are still stateless refugees. This is their purpose.
to fight Israel. And the only way to reason with them is to settle them in Arab countries. Listen, I will show you a Hamas leader says, who are we the Palestinians? Half of us are Egyptians, the other half are Saudis. He says, the Hamas leader, I will send you him saying, after 7th of October, saying, 30 families in Gaza are called El Masri. Who is El Masri? The Egyptian. They are the only, but it doesn't exist Palestinian. It was created in the 60s as a weapon against Israel. Nothing more, nothing less. It's all real people. And continuing this delusion that there is Palestine, that there is Palestinians, is really not helping anyone, especially not Palestinians and Israelis. If you are humane, if you have morals, you need to treat those people like you treat any other refugee around the world and in history, which is to help them and settle them and let them and give them a chance in life, not keep them stateless and as a weapon against the Jews.
I would like to respond to Truth's claim that they should be educated. See, I'm from India. I'm not even a Hindu. I'm an ex-Christian, by the way. So there was a bomb blast that happened a few months ago. It was carried out by educated doctors. Education is nothing. Your Zawahiri was a surgeon, isn't it? He was a doctor. Zakir Naik is a doctor. See, education means nothing. The religion is a different topic entirely. So, educated Muslims become much more dangerous than uneducated ones because they know the technical know-hows.
So, then you're saying that if what you're saying is true, then I guess I'm dangerous, right?
I don't know. I really don't know. That is what the problem is. See,
The problem is,
what sound dangerous?
You're assuming that.
I can answer that question. I think anybody who keeps that that filthy, dangerous religion alive by claiming himself or herself as a Muslim is fucking dangerous. Even if you don't do those terrorist attacks and do jihad, you are dangerous because you're secretly
But he is assuming that he is educated. This one, you're assuming you are educated. Truth. You are assuming that A said to you that you are educated, so therefore you said.
You want to get any Muslim right here? I bet you I'll smart them in Islam.
You might be able to smart them on the Islam side of things, but you are not educated in the situation of the Palestinians and the Jews.
Okay, but
you are not educated at all.
You're talking about more educated becoming Islam before you.
You're talking about educated people of the Palestinians. You don't understand the ideology. If you're saying stupid things like that, you don't understand that the ideology already has been manifested and indoctrinated in the society to want to unalive and kill Jewish people all throughout its existence. Do you understand?
You know what I did not You know what I did not see after 7th of October? There are 2 billion Muslims in the world. And in every pro-Palestine demonstration, you will see Jews holding signs, Jews against genocide and all that. But you know what I didn't see? I didn't see 10 Muslims, not 10 million, not 10,000, not 100. 10 Muslims that will go on the streets of London or New York or Rome with a sign saying, release the hostages, or this is not Islam. I haven't seen it. Nowhere. Not even 10 Muslims.
Okay. Do you know why?
Why?
Because we would be prosecuted by our own people.
In Rome, in London, in New York, I specifically said Western countries.
So you're scared of your own people, is this how it is?
No, hold on. Hold on. I'm talking about London, New York, Rome, Paris.
Yeah,
and if the fact, and let me add to it, if you will condemn by your own people that you say release the hostages or this is not Islam, then what am I supposed to understand from this? That this is Islam.
No, it's not. I would do it, but I'm afraid of the repercussions.
Why it would be repercussion to say release that there was a children taken off of babies?
I understand.
Is it so crazy to go and say release the hostages? And yes, I did not see it because
I'm being real with you. I'm being honest. I'm being completely honest. I would love to do that, but the problem is, if I do that, let's say if I put a sign, bring back they're gonna say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see what they're fucking doing, killing all the kids?
But
they kill more kids
don't you see that this is the problem?
Yeah,
don't you see that this is the problem?
I agree.
And also in the West,
there
are Muslims
hijacked to the point where there's no return. I believe
but it's not just in Muslim countries. But explain to me why in New York or in London, where there are Muslims that are living in the West, cannot go and take a sign, 10 Muslims that will go on the street with a sign saying, release the hostages. Or Hamas.
I guess I'll get shot. I'll get shot.
So that is bad thing. That is a problem with Islam.
No, it's not Islam. It's humanity. People,
we need to come out and say release the hostages.
I would love to. I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying release the hostages.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Out of 2 billion, I didn't see even 10. Everybody, you're saying it to me now, but for 3 years that we had hostages, no one came out and spoke. No one, not even a single.
You're right. And trust me, I was disturbed and I was disgusted how the Palestinian people were smiling and laughing when the coffins were returned.
Forget about the Palestinians. I mean, again, I'm talking about the Muslims in the West, in London, in Paris, in New York, in Rome.
I know. But you have to understand, you're not putting yourself in my position or in their position.
No, so tell me, how come out of 60? Why there are 16 million Jews, but I do see many Jews speaking out against Israel, going out to pro-Palestinian demonstrations. I don't see the other way around. Yulia.
Hey, look, in one case he is right. If some of people inside of the Euro will go out with talking points against Hamas or pro-Israel, they will be shot in it. We know it. We saw it, what Hamas did in Gaza with someone who opposed Hamas, and also in Europe they're not safe from it. So I can understand that maybe some of them are just afraid to talk because it really can be dangerous.
Yes,
I will not argue with it.
Education, you need to understand. You see, truth, this is the most important thing, because if you don't understand this, you're not understanding exactly what the problem is. The most important thing is you're trying to educate a nation that can't be educated into thinking about peace. All it wants to do is kill Jews. You understand that truth? And that goes, and now you're telling me that all the Arabs, all the Muslims are scared to talk against it, because if they talk against it, in their shoes, they will be shot. They will be killed for doing that. Truth, is this the way you take your way forward? Is this the way you look at things? It's crazy. Crazy. I have another question for you. Do you honestly think, for 1 minute, the Palestinian people want peace? For 1 minute, you think they want peace? You think so? Truth? I want to know the answer.
I believe they do want peace. I believe that the people who control the land should Hamas.
They're not here.
Oh, sorry, I'm at work. I'm saying I really do believe that they, some of them want peace, some of them obviously don't, right? So the point is that we need to save the good people. We have to save the innocent people. That's
but you know, you're Egyptian, right?
Yes.
Egypt not only did not open the borders, like you could have, like, you know, when the war in Ukraine started, they let the women and children out and everybody accepted them. Why did you do the same with Palestinians in Gaza? Why did you say, go to the Sinai desert,
we will give you, we'll do like a tent cities for you, just the women and children, leave the men to fight the Zionists, whatever. But if there's a genocide, instead you build like a fortified wall between Gaza and Sinai. If you wanted to help them, you could have opened the gate and let them into Sinai, into a city that you create for them.
Well, I'm not my government.
I know.
You know, and then the thing is, and I'm just giving my honest opinion. I wouldn't even want them there, honestly. Why? Because the fact is that they would have they'll infiltrate. They'll probably start just firing from Egypt, and then you guys get to think it's Egypt. So we
One second, Knedele. Look, but I think it's not the reason why your government didn't let them in. They just have very strong ideology, like Islamic Brotherhood was which Egypt fighting for a long period, and they just doesn't want to let in this ideology. It's not because of they afraid of war with Israel. That's because they doesn't want that this ideology will destroy Egypt, and that's the real reason.
Yes, we don't want them because their ideology is, Egypt arrested and actually put to death all the Muslim Brotherhood. So we don't want them. So the problem is not only that, but you want us to make the friends with them. But you said hold on. I wasn't finished what I'm saying, and then I'll get to your point. And the second thing is we're afraid that you guys want to expand to our border as well. So we're not going to get that chance whatsoever. So
why are you afraid of this?
Well, we could have went to Sinai. We could have spent the Sinai.
Because we don't know more.
Where did this fear come from? Like Israel ever said anything about taking your land?
So the thing is that we believe that you guys want the greater Israel. So that's why we
but you believe it, it's nonsense. This is exactly the type of rhetoric that is used to justify all kinds of crimes and awful behavior. Israel does not want Sinai, does not want Egypt. Greater Israel, I'm Israeli. And the first time that I encountered this Greater Israel story is recently online. In Israel, in our discourse, it does not exist. You will not find it in songs, in movies, on the TV, in books, in newspapers. No one is advocating for it. Now we have elections, okay? Find me one party that is talking about the great, you will not find it. It does not exist. It's a hoax. It's a scam. It's bullshit. It's like me saying, oh my God, everybody wants to conquer Israel, so we have to kill everybody. It's justification. You didn't see it from Israelis, this story. You heard it from Arabs, from Muslims, not from Israelis. I guarantee you.
Actually, I heard first time about it after 7 o'clock talk with Clubhouse.
Yeah, me too. I heard it online. Yeah, social media, Twitter, and Clubhouse. This is where I heard about this Greater Israel story. I didn't hear about it in Israel for all the life that I've been living here.
But I will say one thing that is very important. Truth. You must understand that Israel, since for the last 3 years, Israel has actually become greater again. Because it's becoming a great country. So it is much greater than it was before. Okay, so I'm not going to argue with you.
It's a bit of a projection. We are not colonizers. This is why Arabic is being spoken by many countries. Spanish is being spoken by many countries because those were colonizers. Jews, we do not proselytize. So let's say we conquer Jordan and Lebanon and Syria. Then what? We don't convert people, so what? You will have like 2 Jews controlling me? It doesn't even make sense, you understand? It's something that Muslims can do. It's something that maybe Christians can do. It's not something that Jews can do because we are a religion that does not convert people.
That's a very good point. Like, I hope you really understand. Look, Israel gave Sinai once for peace because Israel won peace with neighbors. And still in Egypt we have peace and kind of we're following it from both sides. And if, like Daniel said, we will conquer this territory, we will not be able to hold, because during the history, like Daniel said, people was holding territory by converting people in their religion. Judaism not convert people, especially by force. Even if you would want.
I know that. You guys don't knock on people's doors. You guys don't set up a table to actually promote your religion. I know. I live in America. Only Muslims.
Actually, it's the other way around. In Jewish religion, if you convert, we are supposed to reject you 3 times, and only if you insist, then we believe that you really want to join our tribe. We will not force you. And also, if you do convert, it's not a process like in Islam that you say a sentence. You need to study for like more than a year, and it's a very stressful process. So I don't see how.
No, trust me, I'm familiar, and I understand that, and so therefore, my point is that this is what I'm telling you as an Egyptian. This is what they fear. We fear that basically we get these people in, that will be the excuse that you guys want to come and do war with us, and we don't want to risk war with you guys. So we already had war with you guys, and that's enough. It was done. It was done. We fought like men. We fought on land. We fought like we fought on air. We didn't fight behind our women and children. So I think that's the issue with Palestinian people, that they want to come to terms and really admit what they're doing is basically not just Islamically wrong, but in humanity it's wrong. You can't do that.
So they are being indoctrinated that they are right, and they are getting even help from the entire world that is justifying them. Talking about even calling the West Bank. I mean, the place was called for thousands of years Judea and Samaria. Then Jordan illegally conquered and occupied it, and renamed it the West Bank in order to erase the Jewish connection to the land. And now people have the nerve to say that if a Jew is living in Judea, he's an illegal settler. Let me ask you this. Apart from Jews living in Judea, give me one example in the entire fucking world of an illegal settler. There is none. The only place in the world where you have illegal settlements is Jews living in Judea. And sorry, I cannot accept this. The world is being indoctrinated that this is like normal. By calling it Palestine and West Bank and all those words, wordplay, genocide, apartheid. What?
Hello, how are you?
Hello,
I'm joining with you, for everyone. I'm listening for everyone, by the way. And I'm gonna... Okay,
Where are you from?
I'm from Middle East.
Where Middle East is a big place.
But I never like it there. I didn't like there. Turkey.
We will not judge you based on where you come from, just to understand where you come from.
Turkey. But what you say, I didn't understand you.
I said Istanbul is beautiful.
Istanbul is beautiful, yes, of course. But our government system is fucking bad. I'm gonna move from any country, USA and Canada. Anyway, you can continue, I'm listening to you.
So, basically the Palestinians, or the reason that we cannot have peace with them is because it's an ideology that is meant to oppose my country. It's not real people that really want to have a country. Otherwise, they could have had a country. Until 1967, Judea and Samaria was under Arab leadership, and Gaza was under Arab leadership. No one was talking about a Palestinian state. In fact, the Palestine Liberation Organization was created in 1964, 3 years before we even conquered those areas. Because the idea is to destroy Israel, and they are very open about it. Hamas, Fatah, They're all saying the same thing. Even now in the West, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Or we don't want a two-state, we want all of it. This is what we hear. It's all about peace. You cannot have peace with Nazism. You have to eradicate Nazism, not the people, the idea.
Okay, I'm gonna tell one thing, by the way. I'm support only peace. I don't support Israel or Palestine. I didn't support the religion part of part. Never. I only support peace because my first president creating Turkey Republic is Atatürk saying peace of the world, world of the peace. It's true way. Anyway, but the Zionist people and the richest people.
What is Zionist?
And the chiefs.
What is Zionist?
Zionist? No, not army. Zionist.
What is Zionist?
Zionist support.
What is it?
Listen.
What is Zionist?
I'm gonna explain. Listen.
Okay.
Zionist supporting. Zionist means supporting Baal. Baal means Satan. Satan means Shaitan. Yani devil.
Do you want to hear from
Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this? Where are you getting this nonsense?
I know.
Who told you? Who told you this?
I'm researching.
Would you like to, let's ask you, would you like, one second, Farouk, would you like to hear what does Zionism mean from Zionists and not from propaganda?
I don't know what Baal is, by the way. I'm a Zionist Israeli Jew, so is Julia. I don't know what Baal is.
No, 1 minute.
I can tell you what.
You working in the Mossad?
Oh my God.
Ottoman.
No.
Farouk, to be honest, I don't think that you should go to the United States. I think that you should. Your place is in Islamic Turkey. You are speaking like an Islamist. You sound like educated like an Islamist. You do not belong to the West. If the thing that you're saying are things that you believe in, I don't think you have a place in the West.
Of course, I want to go to the United States. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't think you fit them.
I don't.
You have
Yes, I need freedom. But listen, I didn't.
Why?
Freedom, the best.
Freedom of what? To spread your bullshit nonsense about us worshipping Satan? Who told you this bullshit?
Because my ideology, only just I'm checking, I'm looking in only one way, only United States. I support always.
Who told you that Zionism is about worshipping Satan?
Zionist means devil.
No.
Yes.
Farouk, don't tell me yes, because you're fucking Turkish.
Okay, wait, 1 minute.
You're fucking Turkish. I'm an Israeli Jewish Zionist, okay? I will tell you what I am, okay? Not you.
Where are you from?
Israel.
Okay.
Yes.
Why before I'm watching in the channel is Israel and the Palestinian news in different country. I have been living in Dubai 2 times in 2 years. I totally visit in the 5 country. Anyway, why you have to kill child? Why?
Listen, sweetie. If you give me name one war in history where child didn't die.
Hamas.
What Hamas? Hamas didn't kill children?
Yes.
You know these children by name.
Okay, you're fucking idiot. I'm sorry, Farouk. Farouk, stay in Turkey.
One second, Farouk, look, we can...
Yeah, another Nazi. You can stay in Turkey.
You always
One second, Farouk, 1 second, Farouk, 1 second.
You see, this is Islam. This is what we see from This is Islam, spreading hate, lies, and violence.
I am not support Islam.
Farouk.
I didn't believe any religion. Only I have one question.
Can I say for a second, no, you will listen to me. First of all, Who are you to telling us what we have to do, first of all? Second of all, you are full of propaganda. We can name
Julia, we don't hear you.
Okay,
Julia,
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, so we can, I don't care if you want to listen or not, but I'm saying, so
I'm talking Daniel. I'm talking Daniel.
Okay, we can name you the kids which was killed by Hamas, on 7th of October. We can name it. We know their names, we know their family, we know how do they look like. Can you name even one Palestinian kid, even one who was...
Give me one more chance.
Who was...
Give me your internet.
Who was... Have respect to me.
No, Julia, we're losing you.
Give me one second.
Not stable.
Give me one
Hear me
second.
now?
Give me 1
Not
second.
stable.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna explain.
Can you hear me now,
everything.
Daniel? 1 second. No. Can you hear me now? Okay, I will send a place that you will be able to hear me. Okay, so we can name kids in Israeli side by names. We know how they look like. We know their families. We know... Can you? Just for the second... Okay, we know their names, we know their territories, we know their family. But you can't name even one kid. But okay, he left. Okay, I will. Okay, thank you. But you can't name even one kid. Even one kid, you don't know name of even one kid who was... Nedele, please, why are you doing it? Nedele, please. You know that I hate when you're doing it. Can I finish, please? Okay, thank you. So, and you can't name even one kid who intentionally was killed by Israel, because Israel don't kill kids intentionally, and it's just war casualties, but because war is unfortunately a bad thing. But we know the names of kids, babies, not kids, babies, who was intentionally killed. So don't tell us, don't teach us, just look on yourself. You can take him out.
And you know, he said that he already did research, which is kind of amazing to me, that someone that did research tells me that Hamas didn't kill children.
Okay.
He killed 40 of them.
1 minute.
And that... Yeah, go ahead, Fabos.
I am not supporting Muslim.
In the name of Allah, Master, Hashem, and Jesus Christ.
Listen to me. I never believe in religion. Okay? Listen.
I'm not talking about religion.
I forget to...
We're talking about facts. We're talking about facts. You said Hamas did not kill children. He killed 40 of them, including some that he took hostage.
Israel.
Hold on. Do you understand the thing the word that are coming out of my mouth? You said that Hamas did not kill children.
Daniel, listen, I'll tell you something. Daniel, people like you who say such a thing are either extremely stupid or they get paid. They get paid.
He said that he did research. He said he did research.
Can I speak to you, FRJ?
Was it every child was killed by
1 second.
I am from Iran, and I want to tell you one thing. If you really care about children,
you
are
from Iran?
How many times do you want me to tell you? Listen,
where are you from?
President based on good looks.
I already told you.
All I can.
Raffles of some cabinet posts
Sex spoils what how company was in the past, but it is also to put your feet off the table
New York running mate, James Garfield, won the nomination because it turns out that the people actually want a government that they can trust. They see the old ways as cynical, corrupt.
Yeah, and they're how they've stayed the majority party since the war. But rather than harp on us, Senator Blank, you might want to consider spending a little more time.
They've got 80 or 90 odd terrorist organizations all over the world. The proxies. How do you not know this? If you really care about the truth, you should really want the truth. They are getting their money, their funding from the regime in Iran, while the people suffer. Now speak.
Listen to me, host. Don't be moved. I'm gonna tell for everything. Because I'm research and website. You never enter.
Listen, you cannot change my mind. I'm Iranian. I've been Iranian for the last.
I didn't change your ideology.
Listen, I know who my enemy is. I know who my friends are. My enemy, our enemy, your enemy is the regime in Iran.
I'm
Hezbollah, Hamas, all the Islamists, Charlotte, these murderers.
Boss, respect. I'm speaking up.
I am respecting you. That's why I'm telling you the truth. So that you know who your enemy is.
Okay, 1 minute. I'm gonna tell you.
Rick is the enemy.
Okay, if you support your country, not you, in your population, why you have to, my country is set to place in the Middle East. Your population, your people, always here. I see Istanbul, for everywhere. Why you didn't go back again? If you're scared?
Go back and what? Get the regime to take me at the airport and kill me and torture me? This is what they've been doing for 50
Why you
years.
didn't go away again? Why you stay Turkey?
I go there.
Wait,
Majesty. Commit suicide.
And listen to me, I have one question again. Before a long time ago, in Ottoman Empire,
Okay, Frank, why Turks are occupying Germany? Why they're not coming back to Turkey? Why not?
Not why not?
Why they are occupying Germany? You're talking about Iranians in Istanbul who are living in a peaceful.
Maybe they will work.
Who?
Turkish people work.
Yeah, like the Iranians in Turkey.
Iranian people scared, not work. Scared.
What?
Scared.
No, scared.
Yes.
Scared because of the regime.
America attack Iran.
No. If you go to your news channel, I don't know, TRT1, whatever you're watching.
Where are you from?
I'm Iranian, of course I'm Iranian. Yeah.
TRT1, which channel? Which?
TRT1. All your channels, wait a second, let me finish. All your channels during the war, they have reporters in the border. I mean in the border between Iran and Turkey. And they had nothing. I mean, they were looking for people who are coming from Iran to Turkey, but they didn't have anything because there wasn't like Syrian people who were under attack. They go to another country. Iranian people, they stayed in their homeland, and they are staying and they are resisting against their government. You cannot say they are here because of your, because Istanbul is safe, or they are scared about their government, because Istanbul is if you don't know the nickname of Istanbul, it's a crossroad for the spies. Okay, next time you're gonna say that, you have to, educate yourself about these kind of things. And you left, okay.
He's gone, you see, because he doesn't want to listen to the truth.
I think we should stay on topic.
Yeah, so truth, have you learned anything? I mean, have you been educated? Because before you were saying that you thought you were educated, and we were trying to tell you that you're not educated in the subject. Do you think you're learning more now?
So you're saying that me telling you that they need better leadership is not being educated?
Well, do you know what the leadership, whether it's better or whether it's worse, wants? Do you know what any leadership for the Palestinians want the same thing? So better leadership for the Palestinians. For the Palestinians, better leadership means getting rid of the Jews quicker. This is better leadership for them.
No,
yes.
See, that's an Islamophobic way of thinking, brother. That's not.
This is exactly the way they want to think.
I give you an example of a person that should lead them, but they won't take it because they're okay. So